Hello, YouTube. Good to see you. We're in the process of repairing our stream setup after we went upstairs yesterday, and going upstairs caused some problems. Not yesterday, Saturday. So, yeah, today is the first day of classes. We are returning to the glory that is teaching, the glory that is educating the youth. And I'm very pleased about that. It's been a good time through and through. We're trying to find our monitor's exact home. Oh, it's very close, very close. Hey, Jim, thank you for the 100 bits towards the Age of Wonders. Are you actively bribing me live on stream? Gosh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Jim, for your kindness. Thank you for the 100 bits. All right. We'll think about it. I am enjoying playing the Rat Mages very much, so we'll probably continue. We'll see. Hello, Grandpa Clamp. So I met a young professor who played a part in paving the roads of France. Her name is Joan of the Architecture Department. Yep, that's a joke. That's a joke right there, and I appreciate you for your making that joke. I will. Unfortunately, we don't have an architecture department here, or I would send them that joke at once. But that's a good one. Over the weekend, I saw the joke that I always like so much. I've said it before on the stream, but it delights me every time. A priest, an imam, and a rabbit walk into a bar, and the rabbit says, I must be a typo. There's still a longer version of that, but I'm focused on fixing the green screen, so pardon me briefly while I do that. I think my white balances off. Oh no! Disby Caw, 101 bits for Victoria 3. What is even happening there? 500 bits for Minesweeper. Oh, the bidding is going up and quickly. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for your kindness. Thank you all very much indeed for, I don't know what to even call it, but for supporting the channel. At the end of the day, I'll probably need to make the choice myself. I refuse to do a full stream of Minesweeper, but I don't mind doing a round or two in hopes of showing you all how unbelievably bad I am at Minesweeper. It's the kind of game where for many of you will say, oh, there's an obvious answer, and I will say, no, there's not, and then you will say, and this is why you're bad at geometry, and I'll say, this is true, and then we'll move on and play some game that I'm allegedly halfway decent at. Nonetheless, welcome. Let me go ahead and get the background music going. Hope that goes in a moment. What did I just share with you? Oh, here's something. Over the weekend, I actually last week I pulled that interesting Final Fantasy card that I intend to play, or intend to have graded because it's one of the fancier ones, and so I've looked into the world of card grading. There's a PSA, which is the big graders in the world, PSA outpost here in Japan. And so I looked into what it takes to send the card into the PSA Corporation. And the number one thing is you have to choose how much money you want to give them based on, do you want to become a subscription member? If you're a subscription member, that's only $25 per card to grade. If you want to do the value, you have to be a member also, and then it's, I think, like $30 for grading, and you'll get it back within 30 days or so. And then if past that, if you want to get it back within 45 days, or this sort of thing, on and on and on. So the regular level for one card is somewhere around $75 to get it back within X number of days and to have it put inside of a case. Now, the card that I have is currently worth in the neighborhood of $500. It will almost certainly appreciate in a big way over the course of decades. But the idea of spending, 70 some of the $500 right away is very strange. Now, if it's graded at the top tier of grading, if it's marked as a PSA 10, then it becomes, $1,200 right away. So financially speaking, blah, blah, blah. And I appreciate these people have to spend time and labor and effort and marketing, but at the same time, it's being quite a bit. It's better for the average grades stuff part through a bulk submission with someone else. Do you mean like GameStop occasionally will send in a bunch of people's cards and then sort them back out? Or do you mean I need to make some friends? because I do not have any friends who play Magic, except one guy I've sold cards to 3 or 4 times now, and he keeps saying we should play a game together, and I keep saying, oh, real soon, I promise, and then only Noms and I play Magic together. And it's fun, and it's nice, but it's a for the home kind of activity so far. I think that the screen's a little overly bright now, but it's better than it was. We'll see. You know someone who grades a couple thousand cards every couple months? Jonah, if you could get my 1 card included in that, I'm happy to pay over price for the kindness. I'll give you some money also for figuring it out. But Jonah, thank you for helping me do the things I need to do. Grades a couple of those. You heard a rumor I'm going to raffle the card off to a subscriber. See, in this moment, I have 2 thoughts in mind right away. Thought number 1 is to lie to you in some way and say, yeah, it'll be a drawing for only tier 3 subscribers. And then once there are a number of people who have upgraded, I say, that was just a bit. And then you'll get very angry and unsubscribe and never come to my channel again. On the other hand, as of right now, I'm probably keeping this one. I have a little collection going of cards I think are particularly attractive, cards I think are, cards I think are neat or especially valuable I'm holding on to. The Violet Sweepstakes Law, good luck extraditing me. International lottery crimes. Can you believe it? But no, I'll be keeping the card. But it is a fun thing to talk with you all about the grading process and to see what happens with it. And I don't know. It's been a fun little hobby to pick up, and it's kept me company over the summer. As I said earlier, today I'm going back to teaching this evening from 6:10 until 7:10, which is very late indeed. I'll be in my classroom, hopefully getting to know the students, hopefully getting them to open up some. Looking through my class roster, I have, I think, 13 or 14 students now, of whom 9 have what strike me as absolutely stereotypical Japanese names. Now, they might be people from the US, they might be people who grew up, in natural English-speaking households and so on, or it's possible to be incredibly timid, and so getting them over that timidity will be the work of this first week. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm feeling enthusiastic, excited to get back in there again. But yeah, the summer's been in some ways really good for me. It's helped me to reset my beliefs about students. I had some frustrations over the past couple of years. Now I've returned to why I love spending time with students, of course. But it also has been kind of a lonely period, right? I'm used to engaging with you fine folks every day, and that's very nice, but we don't get that intellectual on stream. And so finding ways to fill time, something I talk to regularly about intellectual ideas over on Discord, love that. But also having the hobby of Magic to keep my attention has been very good for me, I think, or else I'd probably walk in circles saying, what am I doing with my life? Happily, escapism saved me through and through. Grubzilla, thank you! Thank you for wishing me well today. I appreciate the same. I remember just now I haven't said hello to basically anyone, so hello to all of you, and thank you for spending your time with me today. But yeah, tomorrow I'll report on how teaching goes. My syllabus is done, my class roster's printed, so all I need to do is grab my bag in the other room and hike over to school and begin making the jokes. Chat's not a substitute for real-life people to regale with philosophy stories. I mean, there's some truth to that. And also, I think it's very hard for me to have a good exchange with you all. Just because there's so many of you, and I think, I don't know, in the classroom I can sit and wait till I get a reply, and I can say things like, silence is valuable for the thinking process, please take your time. But on the old stream, if I say, okay, we're gonna be quiet, we'll think about this, perhaps not ideal. That said, when it comes to regaling with philosophy stories, my current intention, and no promises yet, my current intention is on my September CERT, what are you doing? CERT, it is so good seeing you. Hopefully things are good on your end, and thank you for the $100 tip. A nice way to welcome me back to the teaching semester, a nice way to to fuel my various hobbies. Sir, awesome seeing you, seriously. Thank you for being an awesome supporter of the community, emotionally, experientially, and financially too. Really appreciated. Big, good vibes to you, as the phrase has it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me finish that thought real quick. I intend to be doing our philosophy stream on the 20th. So my September 20th is the intended philosophy stream. Again, no guarantees yet. I've got to see how this first week goes first, but first week goes first. But yeah, I'm really intending in the next month at most to have a stream in which we don't play a video game, we don't really chit-chat in the way we normally do, but I will present to you ideas in the exact same way I would in a classroom. I will share with you some things that have really mattered to me about my own philosophical journey, and hopefully you'll see me in a mode that I guess is implied in a lot of our time together, but never made explicit. So you all did a wonderful pile of generosity back in November for charity, and one of the rewards was you would get the much ballyhooed and promised philosophy stream. So I'll probably run a poll on, are there any topics you'd like me to talk about? Are there any ideas that seem important to you that you want to see how I would think through or walk through for a class? But right now I'm planning to go through 3 stages, or maybe 4 stages, of my own philosophical life, and talk about, the way in which I related to philosophy and how philosophy worked for me when I was, 17 and then 23 and so on. These sort of signal moments that help me become who I am, philosophically speaking. And I think this would be a good way to get into a philosophy stream. And if we like it, we could do more focused streams in the future, on a given reading or a given topic and so on. I'm ready for molding another set of minds. I don't know. We already have a relationship, that is, I don't want to say deeper than teacher-students, but you know more about me. So there won't be any big surprises. Of course I can argue things and show things that I don't believe in, or I think have defects of some sorts, and that's part of being a teacher, is presenting whatever you need to present. But yeah, this one will be a little bit more personal, just because I think it's the good way to get it started. Philosophy lectures for Patreon subs, I mean, I've been saying for years that I need to do some philosophy material for someone, and maybe it'd be a sub thing, but I don't know. I should record some ideas before I'm too old to have my ideas. You're talking about philosophy channel on Discord. Selden, right now the serious discussion channels occasionally have some philosophy. This morning in one of them we discussed a certain error of reasoning called the fallacies of composition, where you assume that a whole has all of the elements of its parts, and then on the other side you assume that a part has all the elements of the whole from which it comes. So that is, I think, a fascinating kind of thing. And also we discussed some of the thinking of a European thinker named Zizek. One of the fine viewers had a question for me about an idea that's kind of challenging in his thinking, so always happy to answer questions, and there are lots of other smart people who know things as part of our community, so if you bring up a question about mathematics, I'm sure someone knows that, certainly, or history, or hitting people, or whatever else. When do you get Hannah Arendt streams? Hey, I mean, seriously, if the philosophy stream works, and I enjoy it, and you all enjoy it, at least in part, and maybe we bring in some new community members, who knows, then I am totally happy to do a stream on Hannah Arendt. I think her thinking about about the ills of the modern world and the way that we can possibly respond to them, partially by just understanding them, is hugely important. So another day. We're not doing philosophy stream today. I got very little else to share with you. Yesterday, Noms and I went to a local fruit store and picked up, I believe, 500 bananas. And when I say we picked up, I mean I pushed a very, very heavy cart full of many boxes of bananas, and the boxes were all open on top. So as I was walking and pushing the cart along this busy shopping street, so many people looked at me. Who is this strange man with the many bananas? But every semester, Noms gives out bananas to students. as they come into the school as a way of having a positive moment with the new students. She is someone in her role who usually meets only the students who truly excel, Dean's List students, and then the students who are having a rough time, the big old cheaters. So the important middle she almost never meets, unfortunately, and so she's going to be out there giving everybody a banana. And you might say, well, why bananas? Number one, here in Japan, fruits are very expensive. Bananas are one of the least expensive fruits. And then also, they have a nice holder on them, and she finds it delightful to give the students something that is packaged, even though it does not have a plastic pack. So, bananas, 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 and then Noms and I had our standard once a semester dinner at the Kokoichi, the cheap curry place. We do this every Sunday before the semester starts, and it's one of these routines that is nothing, deeply special. It really is inexpensive curry. There's nothing exciting about the food, but it's more just the process, right, of showing up and sitting there and preparing for the semester and talking about what it means and so on, and it's all very good. We have room at home to grow fruit. We don't have any soil at all, except for at the front of the house. There's very, very small beds that are entirely covered in stone. Noms has tried to do some potted plants here. Unfortunately, one issue is Tokyo has killed every possible pollinator, so any plant that for fruiting needs pollination, Tokyo says no, thank you. So, no, we don't have enough space, though, for watermelons, certainly, unless we have a very, very large pot indeed, and it's a very different place here than in the US and the Midwest, where you have like a backyard, a garden plot, and so on. So, how it goes. Raven, thanks for that resub, I appreciate it. Slivers, good seeing you. I just realized in coming back to this computer, I did not turn our closed captioning back on. Let me go ahead and get that set up, because I know it's important to us to, be a little more inclusive and to help out those who want to read me instead of hear me, or perhaps do it both at once, etc. So 1 second on that. Start captioning. I am now captioning. Very good, it's working. A+, yes. Okay, I think I have nothing else to share with you of note. Like I said, I'm not sure what game we're playing today. Currently leaning towards Victoria 3, so we can have some fun staring at maps and hopefully getting an accomplishment, an achievement. Should be good. Before we get to that, though, I'd like to go ahead and play some little games together. Our normal intro games that I do enjoy very much. Today for you, I do have a Rizdactyl. It'll be good. You'll enjoy whatever I play. Hey, I appreciate that vote of confidence, we'll call it. Right. So we were bidding on what games to play today, and friend George gave enough for us to hopefully play the game of Minecraft. And then friend Cert came in with a $100 tip. Cert, do you have a preference on what game I play today? Whether Paradox game or non-Paradox game is kind of the question, or like big stare-up map game like, what's it called? Like Victoria 3 or something else. What do you want to see? Top tipper gets to determine everything about the stream. Should that be a good rule? Probably not. Is it the rule anyway? Probably. 1 second. There we are. All good. We begin today with a little game called the Word of the Day. Word of the Day today over at Merriam-Webster is simpatico. Simpatico. I think simpatico, actually. Do you know this word? It's a very weird loan word, loan theft from our friends in, I assume it's Spanish or Italian, but I don't know exactly. Are we simpatico is often the phrasing. Also, I immediately thought of Serpico. I'm sure many of you know the name Serpico of the, cleaning up the crime in one of the big cities. I've never seen that movie. I think it's Al Pacino, though. The 70s called and they want their buzzword back. It does seem very, very 70s. I've mentioned before I had an old hippie professor for my music appreciation class in undergrad. And he would often respond to student questions or confusion or worries with hey, it's all copacetic, man. And he had this giant, very frizzy hairstyle. So It was interesting seeing someone who had definitely had a bit of a burnout period in the 60s, had found his way into appreciating the music. I think he was actually a composer who also taught. Regardless, what it means, simpatico typically describes two or more people or things with shared qualities, interests, etc. It can also describe someone who's agreeable or likable. Here's an example. Even though they weren't always simpatico with regard to the direction of their company, the pair managed to be successful partners for more than 35 years. Not always simpatico, but they made it work anyway. Did you know it is from Italian? Very good. And Spanish. Haha, I was right in both cases. Simpatico, which ultimately comes from the Latin noun simpatia, or sympathia, means sympathy, was borrowed into English from both the Italian simpatico and Spanish simpatico. In those languages, the word has been chiefly used to describe people who are well-liked or easy to get along with. Early uses of the word in English reflected those of their forebears, as in Henry James's 1881 novel, The Portrait of a Lady, in which one character says of another's dying cousin, "Ah, he was so simpatico. I'm awfully sorry for you." In recent years, however, the word has gained an additional sense describing things or people who get along well or work well together. Have any of you read any Henry James? Every time it's mentioned here, I think to myself, man, I really should, but there's so many other things to read. Henry James was the brother of one of the philosophers I know pretty intimately, William James, the Harvard professor and psychologist. And I find him a fascinating figure. When you read James's journals, William James' journals, he's in such envy of his older brother. Even though it's probably the case that William James's work ultimately had a larger effect than Henry James's, but I haven't even read his best-known works like The Turning of the Screw, so maybe at some point we'll do that. But if you have recommendations for what Henry James to read, let me know. Thanks. Here we go. Test your vocabulary. Rearrange the letters to form an avian verb that means to fit together with. Avian means bird related. What is to fit together with these letters here? I actually don't see it immediately. Do any of you see this one? Or are we all together out to lunch, as the phrase might have it? Dovetail, of course, dovetail. These ideas dovetail. Fit together with. Yeah, I guess so. So I often think of dovetailing as also the splitting apart. But maybe dovetail means the opposite. So forking and then dovetailing. Let's read and see if it can mean both ways. Nope, it just means to join together to form a whole. So the splitting portion is not dovetailing. Interesting. I assume it's just from seeing a dovetail and seeing how dovetails fit together. What does a dovetail look like? Let's see. Oh, it comes from woodworking, potentially. Now, I'm guessing the woodworking comes from literally a dove's tail, yeah? It has to. Does it not? Thank you all for knowing about woodworking. I know nothing. Why is it called a dovetail? Meaning wood. Tails, pins. Do any of you do woodworking? It's just because it resembles the dove's tail. Yeah, woodworking is something I find so impressive, especially when someone's made like a handmade, beautiful thing, and they, I think I have a neighbor who made these cutting boards, and they were so varnished nicely, and it's great. And he had this giant wood shop in his basement, and every time he saw me, literally every time, part of our conversation would be, "Hey, have you seen any good scrap wood recently?" I don't know where this man thought that I spent my time, but no matter what, he'd be talking about the local marching band, talking about how bad the roads were. Every conversation, "Hey, have you seen any scrap wood recently?" Because I think that his woodworking practice required a constant influx of more and more wood. Is the person Nick Offerman? No. So he was just like an incredibly sweet. If you think about like a relatively standard like Midwestern guy who was really thoughtful and shy. And so it was sort of the standard rural Midwest thing where his wife was such a strong personality. And so in conversation, she would do all of the work and he would kind of, yup, all the way through. But if you get him one on one, he was just so unbelievably sweet and would open up gradually. But he was definitely the quieter portion of that family, as is again very very common in the rural Midwest. Anyway, let's play some trivia, team. Let's do some trivia. I did not do yesterday's trivia, and so I'm lost some possible points. Regardless, here we go. Unless you're from there, you probably only recognize the peach-shaped water tower in Gaffney, South Carolina. From what Netflix show? I have absolutely no idea. This is gonna be one where I probably get 0 points. Speaking of Netflix shows, though, Noms and I watched K-pop Demon Hunters over the weekend. We said we would and we did. And, I don't know. Definitely Noms used the word facile to describe it. I said that it presented an inconsistent metaphysics of forgiveness. We had a good time with it. Sparked a great conversation. Had some catchy songs, but the idea that it has like 99% best movie ever, a little much. Anyway, I have no idea. This feels very rural in some ways, peach-shaped water tower, but I don't know Netflix shows per se. I know things like, I don't know. I mean, House of Cards. Wait. Isn't, I mean, there's no way this is here. There's no way. But doesn't, the eventual president character, Francis Urkel, doesn't he come from Gaffney, South Carolina? I think he might. There's no way. Where on earth did that come from? Wow. Did anyone mention that? No one had mentioned it, so I didn't get it peripherally, but yeah. Yeah, no, not Francis Urkel. Francis, or I say in the US it's Frank Urquhart, sorry. There you go. Is that right? Wait, not Uruguana, no. Urquhart. There we go. That's the fellow in the British one. Underwood. They moved to Underwood in the American one, sorry. There you go. Yeah, I'm actually surprised they did that, given the rabble against Kevin Spacey, probably for good reason. There you go. I'm actually amazed I found that one. Number 2, the 2006 movie Blood Diamond was set during the Civil War in what nation? Immediately, Rwanda comes to mind. Rwanda had that absolutely terrible Hutu and Tutsi situation, so-called massacre, genocide, that kind of thing. I don't know when that was. Actually, you know what? That was Clinton years, wasn't it? So that's in the 90s, actually. So it'll be later than that. Sudan has civil wars also in this era. So I'm going to say it's Sudan, but I'm not certain that's true. Let's see together if it's true. No. Guinea and Liberia are the only two neighbors. What country is named for mountains near Freetown? Once upon a time, every day on stream, we played a geography game. And I was so much learning, doing so well at gradually learning the nations of Africa. But now, unfortunately, no. I'm going to say Uganda, which is probably wrong, yeah. Not especially creatively, the Leone is the currency of what nation? Sierra Leone, I assume. Yeah, that's definitely a givey answer all the way. Rwanda was in the 90s, correct? 1984. 1984 I was thinking of, so yeah, much much earlier than it was looking for. So honestly, I don't remember that Sierra Leone had a revolution, or civil war rather, but very sad, obviously. Here we go. Last one for now. Sorry, number 3, halfway through. The Wheel Stealer was a 60s ad character with a lust for cheesy snacks, who eventually morphed into what more familiar character? I assume it's Chester Cheeto? Non-Americans, I'm very sorry right now. There's this cheetah, I guess. I say tiger, but it's a cheetah, absolutely. A cheetah that wants to have cheesy snacks. I bet. Oh no, we're wrong. A pancake mix, grape nuts, puffed rice, and instant coffee go into the signature prop snacks devoured on screen by what kids' TV character? Is it the Cookie Monster? No. 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 No, it's the Cookie Monster. The Wheel Stealer. Yeah, that is absolutely what the Cookie Monster looks like in an early iteration. That is delightful. He wants cheese snacks. So I was kind of thinking the cheese thing would lead immediately to Chester the Cheetah, which really is this fellow who is all about his cheesy snacks. Now, I think that he is a cool guy in some way. I don't think he expresses, yum, 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 these are all mine, but instead just like, hey, I like cheese things, and you should too. In some respect, Chester the Cheetah, or just Chester Cheetah, I guess, holds a similar brain space for me as Joe Camel, the now illegal, what woke nonsense, okay, the Joe Camel figure. Both of them are like, hey, you want to be cool? Take this long thing and put it in your mouth. In the case of Joe Camel, it was definitely cigarettes. In the case of Chester Cheetah, it's Cheetos. Cheetos. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I should read an article on that. Is there an article on this? Joe Camel and Chester Cheetah. Oh, this is probably going in a bad direction. That's enough of that. As much as I joke about anime nonsense, I cannot have certain kind of furry nonsense on my stream. All fine. In 1989, the Magellan probe set off for what planet? I have absolutely no idea. I know we've gotten notifications from different probes throughout the years, but I don't know their names. So pick a planet, any planet. Neptune comes to mind, but I genuinely don't know. Venus vaguely comes to mind, but again, this is just words. Nope. Yum! Carbon dioxide and sulfuric acid make up much of the atmosphere of which inner planet? Is it indeed a Venus then? There we go. I had the two, and that's okay. According to John Gray, women are from what neighboring planets? From Venus. Okay, number 5. As quoted in Handel's Messiah, we discussed this on stream on Saturday. We'll see if I remember what's going on with it. The King James Version of Isaiah says, "The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all what shall see it together." I know some of you are saying the Messiah, and you're singing it aloud right now. I'm very impressed by you. I don't know this section. The word people comes to mind, believers, something like that. All of us, it can't be people, right? I'm gonna put believers in, we'll see. Unfortunate. Before they figured out they were dissing most of the world's population, Crayola's Peach Crayon went by what other 5-letter name? Was it like body color? Person, maybe? Was it actually people? It was people the whole... No, it wasn't. Okay, we're good. In one of... Okay, it's flesh. In one of Shakespeare's more controversial moves, Shylock and the Merchant of Venice demanded from Antonio a pound of what? It was flesh-colored. So I said skin. Alright, so what's the line here? The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. I mean, I see what he's going for there, but what a weird phrase. What a weird phrase. Flesh, yeah, flesh. See, Jim, I know you're saying Handel's Messiah, so there you go all the way. 9 points, that's acceptable. Yeah, I wonder if I guess skin at question 2 if they would have given it to me. I don't think so, because it had 5 letters. And they also quoted here, so that's okay. That's okay, I suppose. 2 of the 3 2.0s were safe. Rough. Above average today, don't you worry. A hard one today. Yeah, sub 7's always a little bit hard for folks. So, House of Cards, I don't know how I got this right. It was something I Is there a military academy in Gaffney? There's not. Okay, so I know that I have no idea. I think it's just that the Kevin Spacey character of the show regularly mentions that he's from Gaffney. I have no idea how that was in there. I watched the show once, so it's just in there somewhere. Sierra Leone, I just didn't know they had a war. My ignorance of African affairs is on display as always. Hey, Fedifist, thanks for that resub. Very kind of you. The Cookie Monster. How many people knew it was the Wheeler Stealer? Very few, very few. Right. In 2005, what Blue Muppet did an about-face, announcing his favorite crumbly treat was a sometimes food. Before 2005, Cookie Monster lusted for but one thing. He just wanted cookies all the time. And then, in a spurt of woke nonsense, I read this phrase this morning on a football website, and the person being quite serious about how some new policy was woke nonsense, and it's made me laugh. You're going to hear me use it a lot, unfortunately. I don't believe in woke nonsense. I think it's a terrible phrase, but it made me laugh. Anyway, do people know where Magellan went to? Magellan went to Venus. Most of us got it in 2. And then the flesh one, most people got here. My inability to come up with a 5-letter word for skin was definitely an issue. Anyway, what fun, what fun. Let's go on and do the redactyl, my friends. Time for you to play also. Let's see how we do. It's 2-word phrase, the blank blank. Any word you want to in either chat room, I will type in. You will get answers. They will be right, they'll be wrong, and then we'll move on. Modern is word number 1, as perhaps always. May I just type in modern every time? 1 modern. Kingdom, there are 2. War, there are 42. Friends, we're doing a war thing. Many of you love war things. The word flesh. Sorry, Jay Dogberry. No memes allowed. World, there are 15. Science, there is none. Early, there are 8. There are 0 cookies. The sometimes food. History, there's but 1. Good seeing you, Shay. Reich. There's no Reichs today. How about the word system? There are 4. Greatest, there are 5. American. 1 American today. Something European, Asian, we'll see. Is it a front? Possibly. 4 of those. An island? There are none of those. Is it Ireland? Swole Irish dude, awesome seeing you. But no Ireland for today. 5 European things. Is it a campaign? 2 campaigns somewhere. Is it Hungary? In that spelling, there are none. Is it part of the Ottoman Empire? Holy moly! Fedifist with the 72 Ottomans. Well done on that. Prussian, says Jim. There's no Prussians, unfortunately. Is it an operation? 1 of those. Is it Gallipoli? I don't know how to say that word. It's not. Is it Turkey? There are 22 of those. Is an alliance with us? There's 1 alliance. Empire is a great word to use. There are 43 empires. So something involving the Ottoman Empire during World War I. There you go. Is it Armenia? Possibly. 16 Armenia references. Good job. Greek. 6 of those. Is it Cyprus? Perhaps 1 of those. Is it Constantinople? 7 of those. Good job on the spelling. Kurdish. No that's I typed Kurdish in, sorry. Kurdish, there are 8 Kurdish people. System I believe we did before, indeed we did. Is it the Caucasus? So when you say honestly, I know so much less about the Ottoman Empire than I should. I know that Ottoman Empire is a common element of some Paradox games. I just avoid it entirely, except in CK3. It is something. Hey friends, for some reason a hype train is going on the old stream. If you give some tips right now, some gift subs, etc., you have an opportunity to earn some exclusive emotes. Thank you for your generosity in the past and in the future. If you do what we do here, consider throwing a couple bucks if you can. Thank you much. Turkish! There are 33 Turkish things. How about the Balkans? 3 Balkans indeed. Are there giants with us? No giants. That's the one thing I know about these map games. Arab, there are 2. Emperor, there are none. Is it a question, possibly? 2 questions. A ruler. There's no ruler at all, unfortunately. The blank blank was the blank blank of the blank blank and blank in the Ottoman Empire. Ruler, we did a moment ago. Battle, possibly. Hey, Vex! Thanks for throwing 5 gift subs this way. That's really kind of you. That helps with the hype train, so-called. And it also does, make you feel nice. That's nice of you. Vex, thank you for supporting the channel and all the ways you do those 5 gift subs. And then also, Klaus, thank you for the 100 bits. The word battle, which I did a moment ago, unfortunately. Is it Revolution? 3 of those. Lawrence, possibly. No Lawrences. Again, thank you very much, Klaus. Thank you, Vex, very much indeed. Now, the only trouble is the little hype train thing at the top of the screen blocks out the very top end of my chat. And I have my chat go from bottom to top on new messages, so I can't read the most recent guesses. I'm sorry. Genocide! Hey, we got it! Wait. Did I mistype a word earlier? Oh, we have Armenia here. Well, I'll go and fill it in. Actually, Haisho got it. Good job. Armenian. It's the Armenian genocide. Friends, we're doing fun stuff today. I don't know how long was said at the top. I apologize. Today you're above average. Good job, good job. The Armenian genocide. Oh, Lord. Occasionally I have to read rough ones, and today's one of those days indeed. Haishel, good job on Armenian. Radicus, good job on genocide. George, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Very generous of you. Vex, I see those are your first 5, thank you. And George, thank you for the 199 total gift subs. That's very kind of you. It feels awkward to say GG today on your collectively getting the, you're collectively getting this one, but GG. George, I didn't mean to bait you, but thank you anyway. Another gift sub to 200. George, 200 gift subs over our years together. That's a ton of support, and thank you for every bit of it. 1 gift sub, 200 gift subs, 1,000 gift subs, also appreciated all the way. Don't tell you good job on genocide. I agree, I feel bad. But here we go, team, here we go. The Armenian genocide was the systematic destruction of the Armenian people and identity in the Ottoman Empire during World War I. Spearheaded by the ruling Committee of Union and Progress, it was implemented primarily through the mass murder of around 1 million Armenians during death marches to the Syrian desert and the forced Islamization of others, primarily women and children. Cool. If you want to do more research, you're welcome to do this on your own. I know this is a topic that is of great controversy in that part of the world even today. I don't know much about it, but I mean, what brutality, what cruelty, what terror. You fill in the blanks what you want to say, but obviously, awful, awful, awful. Friends, the World War I games that we know and we sometimes play, do any of them include the genocide? I know that Paradox often tries to shy away from the darkest moments in human history, as ones we don't need to gamify, as ones we don't need to include in our playthroughs of various games, but is this one that's included, and if so, how do they handle it? Because I suspect it's not included, but I don't know. Alright, I feel like I missed something in the intro I normally do. Anyway, friends, time for the Rizdactyl. Time for us to play a game. There's a Hearts of Iron 4 World War I mod. Okay, I mean, yeah, I know that Hearts of Iron people do not shy away from the worst in the world. Some players are, you know, interesting people. But with that said, yeah, I don't want to game these things. It's gross. It's all gross, all gross. Friends, I have a... Oh, you know what? That's what it was. That's what it was. Fernandez, do you have your link again? Fernandez linked something that would help me very much. I'm not trying to find it, though. No, it's too old. It's a Minesweeper thing. Now, because George gave 500 bits, I said I would do a Minesweeper. Let's get Rizdactyl hype. Jim, thank you for the Rizdactyl hype. We're going to do that first, then. Jim, thank you for the 100 bits, supporting the channel, building up that hype trade. And thank you very much. For that, I'm exciting Rizdactyl now. This is one that comes from me personally. I think it's absolutely amazing, and I did not know about it until a few days ago. So this is a brand new, hot off the Resorty Experience line right here, right now. Thank you, thank you. Any question you want to, yes, no, or otherwise. If it's otherwise, I'll ignore it, but yes, no questions. Please bring them, I appreciate it. It was a bit, there's no need for Minesweeper, but if it's a bit, I've got to respond with a bit all the way. Oh no, once again, I can't see your questions. All right, here the questions come, awesome, thank you. Would it burn when exposed to a flame? It would not burn when exposed to a flame at all, unfortunately. Hello, Solar Sigil, how's it going? Grubzilla, thank you for the response bit, I appreciate that too. Is it a person? It's not a person, no. Not a person at all. What else we got here? Would it flame if exposed to a bird? It's not a person, so I give it a burn like, that's a terrible question. They wouldn't be angry in response by any means. Cookie Monster, no. Is it the hype train? 100 bits, Mike, thank you. Friends, level 3 hype train. Thank you so much today for your 10 gift subs and 201 bits. That's really kind of you, and thank you so much for your generosity indeed. Is it human-made? No. Is it a physical object? No. Is it a place? Yes. Is it Irish-related? Swole, as you know, the Irish people were the first people on Earth, so everything... No, it's not Irish-related, unfortunately. Again, team, thank you for generosity all the way through, but it's a place, absolutely. Is it on Earth? It is on Earth. Yes. Yes, it's on Earth very much. Is it in Europe? It's not in Europe, no. No, no, no. Did it exist for 1400? Yes. Is it a building? No. No. The question a moment ago of, was it man-made? Or is it human-made? It's not human-made. Is it in Australia? Hey, Good Stark Slivers is not in Australia, no. But I appreciate the guessing all the way. Is it a tourist site? I'm gonna say no. Yeah, I'm gonna say no on that one. Does it have to do with the ancient Greeks or ancient gods? No and no. Is it connected with geography? Sure, we'll say it's connected with geography. That's fine. That's fine. Is it in Mongolia? No. Is it in Europe? No. Again, this is one from me, so it's not Mongolia focused. That would surprise us all, perhaps. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I also need to pull up the list of ones that you all submitted. Is it North American? It's not North American, no. But thank you for guessing that. Is it in America? No. Is it a building? No. Man, that's went over to my my Gmail box. It popped up. You could lose access to 11 years of Gmail history. All right, let's settle down, Google. Let's settle down. I'm not going to lose that much of anything. Holy moly. Is it in Japan? No. Is it in an ocean? No. Is it Asian? No. A pile of no's all the way through. There's the Wikipedia game. Did your granddad die there? I don't think so. I don't know you, though. Is it the moon? It's not the moon. No. It's on Earth. It's on Earth. Is it South American? It's not South American. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Is it the Great Rift Valley? I don't know what that is, but no, it's not. Not the Great Rift Valley at all. So we said, is it on an island? Well, everything's an island, but no. Is it in Africa? It's not in Africa. No. Oh no, friends. Oh no. Did you once again guess the continent as your very last one? Is it a body of water? No. Is it older than 10,000 years? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is it North American? It's not North American. No. No, it's not North American. Is it in Antarctica? Yes! Your granddad died in Antarctica? Oh, really, Morgan? That's ridiculous. But yes, it is Antarctica. It's an Antarctican thing. There you go. Good start. What on earth is on Antarctica? Is it the Blood Falls? Hey, very good, very good. It's the Blood Falls. I did not know about this thing at all until this weekend. Holy moly. Look at that gash in the earth. Look at that terrible bleeding scar. Now, there's a picture of this thing on Reddit that is obviously like increased with AI. It looks like a gushing mess of blood coming out. But yeah, it's a place in the earth that has a whole bunch of, I think, iron oxide. And that iron oxide, makes the water come out a reddish color. And it looks so unbelievably upsetting because the background is white. I think in many other places, in mountains generally, one would see this and say, oh, it's just metally water on rocks, no big deal. But that is ridiculous. The blood falls indeed. Marks, good job getting that one all the way. Yeah, I saw this on Reddit this weekend. This is my problem. Some of you also read Reddit, and so if you are on there, you might see the things that I learn. What's in the bottom left here? I assume it's a buoy of some sort. But no, I don't know what that is. Yeah, anyone know what this thing is? My knowledge of Antarctican activities is very limited. But there we go. Blood Falls, very, very good. Let's go and do one more, my friends. One more and then get to it. Oh, could be a tent? Yeah, that looks like a built-up kind of fabric of some sort. I do have a friend who worked in Antarctica for a while. I could email her and say, what is this thing? Tell me now or else. All right, next one here, getting on screen right now, is submitted by Obi Turnip. Turnip, this submission is yours. Let's see what the answer is. And if I can spell it correctly, good. I see something on the screen. Friends, good luck to you in determining what this one is. Good luck. Yeah, Dr. Possible, the combination of Gates of Hell and the Blood Falls went pretty good together. Does it burn when exposed to a flame? Yes. Is it fitness related? Soul Irish dude, if you want the things that you care about, you gotta submit them yourself over on Discord. So you've done Irish and Swole. What's the next question? Is it a dude? It's not a person, it's not an animal, it's not a place this time. It does burn when exposed to flame, but that's about all we can say so far. What is it? No person, no place. Is it a concept? It's not a concept in normal sense. Is it man-made? I don't believe so. Is it an item? Sure. It's an item or an object, absolutely. Is it unique? No. Is it a tool? No. Would someone eat it? Yes, someone would eat this thing. And I'll not to say like someone would, but I think most of us would, no problem. Is it of the flesh? It does have existence and temporality. It is sinful in that way, but I would not say it's made of meat. Of the flesh, a great phrase. Is it a fruit? It's not a fruit. Nope. Is it alive or was it alive? Yes. Is it a made dish? No. No. Is it Japanese souffle pancakes? I saw that you had those this weekend, Jim, but no, it's not Japanese souffle pancakes. which are a ridiculous, like, fluffy, delicious food. Would I feel bad to eat this? I would not feel bad to eat this. No. Is it a plant? It is a plant, yes. Yes. Not something that feels bad to eat, though. At least for me. Maybe for you. I don't think so, though. Is it a berry? It's not a berry, no. Welcome to the part where I need to be very careful on what plants actually are and do. Because, man, plants look weird to me sometimes. Is it a nut? No. Is it an eggplant? No. Is it a berry? No. Does the part eaten grow underground? Yes. Is it a vegetable? Yes. Is it mint? No. Is it a grain? It's not a grain. Are people allergic to it? I assume so, but I don't know that for sure. Is it a peanut? It's not a peanut. No. Jimmy Carter, stay away. Is it a potato? No. Ginger, no. Rutabaga, no. Cassava, no. Potato, no. Carrots, no. Is it from the Americas? No, it's not from the Americas. No. No. Turmeric? No. A beet? No. A taro? No. I didn't realize how many root vegetables there were. They're more than expected. Carrots? No. Onion? No. Horseradish? No. This is me. Can you remember the one word? Rice? No. Rhubarb? No. Yam? No. What else is there? It's not a ginger. It's not knee or nigh. I don't know if it is. Coriander. Nope. I didn't expect this, honestly. I didn't expect there to be so many root vegetables, but that's how it goes. Is it a parsnip? Marks with the second correct guess today. Do you have my glasses blown up on your screen? It is the parsnip. There you go. Well done indeed. There's a story about why this was submitted. So the person who submitted it, username is in part turnip. And every time that there's a root vegetable in game that is not a turnip will argue for the betterness, the goodness of his own turnips. And the most recent ones are parsnips, I believe. So there you go. There you go. It's a useless veggie, is it? I think I've had parsnips and they're fine. But I don't know much about them against other ones. You had them grow outside. Cool. I don't know if this is a commonly eaten food in the US. Things like beets I'm much more used to. But there you go. Man, Noms loves these kind of pictures. If I can find her any gifts that are this kind of picture, or adorable little kitty cats, or geometry games, she is so unbelievably happy. Her birthday is coming up pretty soon. One of you, George, sent me some really cool gift suggestions for this upcoming birthday. So thank you, community, for helping me to do shopping for my wife. It makes it better for me and better for her and better for us all. But thank you for helping me find things. Should we do one more? Should we get to gaming? Let me look at the list and see if there are any I want to do right quick. But, you know what? Let's go and do just one more. I feel like doing just one more. So, friends, I see a Wikipedia page before me. I think this one shouldn't take too long. It's submitted by Rock Smasha. Rock Smasha has one for us, and it'll be a fun one for sure. With burn when exposed to a fire, it would not burn when exposed to a fire. Is it a person? It can be, but no. I'm gonna say no exclusively or explicitly here. Is it Boris Pasternak? No. So, doesn't burn, isn't a person, but there's something there. But no, it's not a person. Not a person. And we're supposed to only do 2 a day. Only supposed to do 2 a day, and yet here I am. Is it a corporation? It's not a corporation, no. Thank you all for playing along. It's very kind of you to tolerate this game. When we came up with this game months ago, it made me very, very, very happy. And so we drag you all through it. Is it a place? No. A profession? No. A fictional character? No. None of those things currently. How do I help you all get there? I think we don't want to play a third one. We might cancel this one and come back to it Another day. Is it an idea? Yes. Will you boo this? No. Has anyone been killed because of it? I don't believe so. You may have missed something because you're confused. I shouldn't have said it was a person. No, it's not a person. It's not a person. It can't be burned. It's not a place. I think we've been negated everything so far. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have even implied that it could be a person. Is it a dream? No. Do high schoolers know of this? The clever ones do. Is it mathematics? It's not mathematics, no. The person that confused you, I'm sorry, it's not a person. Is it statuary? I'm gonna say no on this also, but we'll talk about it afterwards. I'm sorry. Is it science related? It's not science related, no. No. Is it iambic pentameter? It's not iambic pentameter, but let me say you're not so far away. Is it about governments? No. Is it art related? Yes. Is it man-made? No. Sorry. Is it man-made? Yes, I read ahead. Is it political? Not explicitly. Is it a deity? It's not, but I want to talk about that afterwards. Is something intended to memorialize someone? It's not, but it's something I want to talk about afterwards. Is it a dance? No. Is it a poem? No. Yeah, this one's awkward now that I think about it. It's a great submission, Rock Smasher, but it's awkward to explain it without leading people astray very quickly. Is it a eulogy? No. Has it been mentioned on Star Trek? I expect so. Is it a sculpture? No. Is it painting? No. I'm nearly certain it's on Star Trek. It's made from stone. It's not made from stone. We'll talk about it afterwards. Sorry, I need to give just yes, no question or answer, obviously. Is it an art movement? No. Is it literary? It can be. Not an art movement, could be literary. Does it involve worship? I'm gonna say no, but we'll talk about it afterwards. Is it time travel? All timey-wimey, spooky-wooky. No, it's not. Does it depict something? The word depict's a hard word. I'm gonna say yes, but not necessarily visually. Is it a show? No. Is it musical? No. Is it a train wreck? No. Is it thought of as a religion? No. Is it Taoism? No. Is it tangible? No. No. Not a tangible thing. Was it invented in the 20th century? It was not. No. No. Is it tradition? Not explicitly, but there is a through line. It's not a tradition like Christianity or having birthday parties, but sure, you can tell a story. A motif? Yes, it is a motif. Absolutely a motif. Is it older than Christ? I think so. Yeah. Definitely a motif, though. That's a very good way of putting it. Is it a written work? It is not a written work. Nope. I think you often ask that if possible. I appreciate that question always. It's something that people do, not really. Is it European? So I know that it's European, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's lots of things other than European too. Is it a musical note? No. Is it leadership? No. No. Is it Greek? I'm going to say yes. However, it is definitely Greek, absolutely. Sure. Rock Smash, this is yours, good job. Artistic, yes. Poetry, no. No. It's Greek, but likely predates the Greeks from my, my sense of the world. Is it theater? It does involve theater, yes. Is it Greek chorus? No. Is it a 3-act structure? No. Is it a type of architecture? No. Dobre, I misread your question intentionally. You asked, is it the theater? No, you surely meant, is it related to theater? It is related to theater. Is it an epic? It is not an epic, no. I like this song. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Is it a genre? No. Is it a tragedy? It's not tragedy. Is it the chorus? It's not the chorus. Divine Comedy? No. I might start intentionally misreading your questions in a little bit to help you. We'll see. So the things that have been closest so far to help you narrow down are Greek, theater, motif. I think those three together really help. Fourth wall, no. Yarn, no. Mask, no. Is it Deus Ex Machina? Dr. Possible gets it with Deus Ex Machina. Well done indeed. Well done indeed. Hey, Grump, you got it also. Good job. Good job. Dumber says, O. Is O better or worse than Boo? I think it's a great one. I'm sorry I couldn't find like the correct answers because, yeah, this means a sudden conclusion to a work of art, often by something unexpected showing up, and that unexpected thing has all the power to fix the problems. A fine example of that is at the end of Gilbert and Sullivan's Pirates of Penzance. The pirates seem to have taken over everything, but then the police remind the pirates about the presence of Queen Victoria. And Queen Victoria is most important, more important than piracy. And suddenly the pirates take off their pirate hats and put on gentlemen's top hats and take out fancy umbrellas and remind everyone that you can't be pirates because we love the Queen. Ta-da! But there are many more examples all the way. All the way. It's not just a video game. I actually already watched a YouTube video last week that argued that Deus Ex Machina is the most important video game ever made. It's a game made in the, early 2000s, late 90s, I believe. I played the heck out of it, and yeah, the vlogger, essayist, whatever, argued that the game is, yeah, both useful for interpreting our past, useful for introducing new video game mechanics, and then also useful for understanding our current moment in which we think about the relationship between humans and various machine solutions. There you go. Oh, the game is called Deus Ex. Sorry, the game is just called Deus Ex. Thanks for reminding me. It's very, very good, though. I think they recently released 5 years ago, released a, what's it called? Like an updated graphics version? Sure. Maharo, I thought that it probably was pre-Greek. I just didn't know for sure. And scrolling through quickly, I only saw Greek examples. But, yeah, as always, Wikipedia is written from a profoundly Western perspective, and many people who write for it know nothing about Indian and East Asian traditions at all. So, if you want to, though, if you want to, Maharo, you can get on there and add the things that should be from your own tradition. That's the beauty of Wikipedia, right? If one says, this thing is wrong, this thing is incomplete, let me add to it, you can just do so. Now that asks for, of course, free work for people who are already kind of left out, so there you go, unfortunately. Not so good. Also, the Deus Ex page here is open. Anyone can make changes to it if they're a registered user, I believe. Earlier we talked about a different page, which I assume is locked. Yeah, you're not allowed to go change the page on the Armenian genocide, just so you know. Can't change that one. It's locked out indeed. Alright, I think that's all I got today. If you missed the very front of the stream, it is the case that today is my first day back to teaching since May. And so I'm pretty excited for that, but also feel a little nervous. We'll almost certainly be ending a little bit early today because I am feeling like I gotta get some things done before the teaching. Friends are playing up a little game called Victoria 3. It has a little update it needs to do, so I'm going to do that update. And then we're playing Victoria 3 today. I decided I wasn't quite sure what to play, but I feel like making a construction queue. I feel like doing an achievement we haven't done yet, so, yeah, new playthrough, I don't know what it's going to be, and then Victoria 3. First day of class excitement. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a student, the first day of class was a mixture of apprehension, curiosity, hope, maybe, and also fear. And I wonder if my students feel that way, or if they feel instead, this is just one more thing to do, it's one more, appointment to go to, and whatever. There you go. And my suspicion, though, is at least some of them are excited for first day of class. I always found the autumn semester so like good for me as a student because it was the return to something important after a long time away. Eventually, the summer break got boring. Exactly, Maharo. Is it the case that the students just see this portion of their lives as being finishing one more thing for their real goals, whatever those are? And part of my class today is talking about why they're taking a class like this one. It is a required class, and that could just be their answer, and then I'll be sad. So the Victoria game always takes a minute to capture, so it'll be just a second of sitting with the oops, and then we'll move on. Hey Moses, good seeing you. How you doing? How does Victoria 3 compare to Victoria 2? So I'll tell you honestly, 100%, Victoria 3 is the first Victoria game I ever played, and so likely the case that people in channel can tell you more about that. I know the true believers of Victoria 2 do not like Victoria 3 at all. They consider it overly simplified and thus not what they're looking for. With that said, I know that right now the people who loved Victoria 2 most of all are making a brand new game that is meant to be the updating of what Victoria really should be. That kind of thing, for me, doesn't hold any water. If people want to make a new game, cool, but I've got no problem with games changing. I've never played a sequel of a game and said explicitly, oh, I wish this were just like the prior one. I don't know, maybe I'm different in that way. Hey, Solar, that's right, you got married yesterday. Hello to you, Solar Sigil, and hello, Mrs. Solar Sigil. Do you go by Mrs.? Do you prefer the Ms? The like no relation? If Noms and I are at a big fancy party, she's always a little careful to introduce me as her husband for fear that it will make people think things about her being subservient to a man. But welcome indeed to the family, I suppose. We've been following you. I think this often happens on streams where someone will come in one day and say like, hey, I'm brand new to the community. And then say after a while, hey, I'm someone who, has this girlfriend. And then, hey, next weekend I'm going to go to the Grand Canyon and ask this girlfriend to marry me and tell us about it and show and all the rest. And then, hey, she said yes. And then, hey, our wedding's coming up. And then, hey, here we are. So, congratulations on the process and, frankly, all the achievements, right? You've never shown up and said, hey, I'm going to do this thing. Well, that didn't work out. Congratulations indeed. And so, Mrs. or otherwise, welcome. Lignoba, it's good seeing you. Lignoba, thank you for your generous resub for 71 months. I appreciate it. We've so far compiled 2,532 shaders. Until the shaders are totally loaded up here, the game will not capture correctly. So give it a moment more. And again, happy wedding, congratulations, and best wishes all the way. I don't know why Paradox games take so long to load. I know they're big fancy games, lots of complexity underneath the hood, so to speak. It basically better, you've been watching me, while watching me, you got married, divorced, and are now dating again. Congratulations! I know it's hard to return to dating after a time away. Definitely over the course of my streaming, I've gone through multiple breakups. Over the course of my streaming, I've gotten married and so on. I remember in the very earliest days, I was dating this woman I started dating in grad school, and she was lovely and good. And, we just lived far away, and I had a hard time staying, like, connected emotionally at distance. And I started streaming to try to have, friends in Indiana then. And I think that streaming actually made clear the distance between us. Because I would always look forward to talking to viewers every day. And then when she would call, I would say like to myself, oh, I just want to be streaming, not talking to her. At that point, I said, okay, we should probably break up. That's really good. But yeah. I remember like in the earliest days of streaming, one of my first mods said, you should never mention that you have a girlfriend. Because if you do and you eventually break up with her, you'll break up somehow, then everyone will want to talk about that for days and days and days, and you'll feel bad. And I definitely brought her on stream, and then we broke up. And yes, indeed, for days and days and days, it was, hey, where's your non-gamer girlfriend? Hey! So, rough time all the way. That's how it goes. I think I've had like 4 different girlfriends over the course of my streaming career. And every single one I talk on stream, and every single one I talk about breakups on stream, and it was just rough. Anyway, as usual, we'll choose what to do based on what on earth achievements are available. Starting as the Sikh Empire subjugate Great Britain. That sounds amazing, but perhaps beyond my abilities. Because golly gosh, Great Britain's the strongest characters at all. American territory, starting as the Indian territory, have the USA as a subject with no more than 3 states. So beat the dickens on the USA. I assume it's the case that one allies with Mexico early. I kind of want to try and see what happens. These are very hard indeed. Hey Vex, have I ever played the Anno series? I've played the most recent one a fair bit. I'm looking forward to the one releasing soon, but I've not played nearly as much Anno as I wish I had. Part of that is I only became a strategy-focused streamer in the past probably 5 years now, but I didn't really play strategy games on stream before. RimWorld, I guess. Piratini, not Piratini. Starting as Piratini or Graupara have a higher GDP than Brazil. As Krakow form Poland and Lithuania, Duran Duran as Herat form Afghanistan, own all historical states, and do not be a member of any power bloc led by other countries. As Circassia complete the Honor Before Life journal entry, or lastly, unify Afghanistan as Karifurstan under Josiah Harland. So of these, American territory sounds like the most fun, but I worry it's like going to be anachronistic in a way that feels bad, right? Is the ha 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 we are the Native Americans going to make us think about like the status of Native Americans in history? Possibly. Let's try it though, team. Let's try it. One I've never tried before. Might be hilarious, might be terrible. We'll give it a go for sure. The very hard ones you might have to restart several times. Sure, I probably need the US to lose against Mexico. Yeah, I probably need to find a way to have the Britishers of whatever Canada's called this period help me out. So we'll see. All right, give me my Iron Man if you please. Lovely. I think other than that, all standard looks good. Okay. There we are. Let me go ahead and change the titles of our stream over. So, Indian Territory Ascendance will be our claim of the day. And then over on YouTube, I need to mention we're playing Victoria 3. YouTube viewers, thanks for being there as always. I appreciate you hanging out. Victoria 3 Indian Territory. Cool. Cool. Great. Alright. We're an unrecognized power. We're a territorial government. A principal chief holds a prominent role in decision-making within a region lacking a formally organized government, although officially the country is under a suzerainty of an organized state. So I've never played this kind of government before. I've definitely done some of the suzerain thing playing in Australia, and that was really cool until they took literally all of my money. That felt really, really bad. Okay. The Victorian era is an age of industry and exploitation, of revolution and reaction. What new challenges will the times bring? We have no military. How do we even... Okay. This might be a disaster. But... do I want Texas to be independent? I think the question of Texan independence is partially dependent on, can I get Mexico to like me? I assume that, so I know that the Texans are big old racists. As I mentioned before, they always mention this game. My 6th great-grandparents were part of the original founding of Texas, and my great-grandfather wrote a letter to Austin and Houston saying, I will not come to Texas unless you can guarantee I can keep my slaves, because Texas might have been Mexican territory at that point, and Mexico had abolished slavery well before the U.S. had done so. And so my however many great-grandfather would be willing to bring his family on over if he keep his slaves, thank you. Monster family indeed. Alright, so Mexico has what attitude towards me? They're cautious. The US, in fact, hates me. Texas is cautious also. Okay. I think I want Mexico to win against Texas. I'll then join them to hold on. Wait, I can't actually join them, right? I can't join them because I'm under the control of the USA. Instead, I want them to support my independence, possibly? I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Might be a disaster. We'll have some fun, though. Friends, it is the case. We've got an hour of stream. It's time for a quick little 3-minute ad break, during which we'll do the crossword from Friday. It's our once-a-week speed run of the crossword. It should be a fun time. I realize just now I actually don't have the crossword open yet on the stream. Gotta get that going. And hey, it's good seeing you today, Liquid. Hope you're having a lovely day. Where's the crossword page? I moved the computer yesterday or day before to do a cooking stream upstairs. If missed the cooking stream, was a really fun time, and thank you all for coming by. My wife had such a good time with it, and yeah, thank you for, as always, making her feel included and welcomed, and yeah, pretty cool, y'all. Very cash money indeed. Is that a phrase I use? Cash money? Maybe. Why are you capturing so strangely? One moment, please. The apple fritters look really good. They were very tasty. A little bit overly oily. So we need to work on making the temperature a bit higher next time. So they somehow end up... wrong page. So they somehow end up more crispy than oily. Even today, the oil was flowing freely, and it was very upsetting. So we did not like that. Nobody liked that. There we go. Okay. Hey, Gatsby, thank you for the resub also. I appreciate that. Lots of good resubs today. Lots of kindness in the channel. And thank you for being part of that all the way. Congrats on a new semester year. Liquid, thank you. It's going to be a good time. I just need to show up and make some jokes today. All right, friends. Speedrun, here we go. Good luck to us all. Alright, 13 seconds, better than 15, we'll take it, no worries. Yeah, I did that the way I was supposed to do it. I had a very brief hang-up on Electricity Distribution Network. I knew it was in there, but didn't quite get it going. So grid, good to go. Roll call response, hope the students all say here. I didn't see Amazon Basin immediately, so I flipped over. Oh, recenter, I apologize. Wait, why is it wrong? Thanks for catching that. Will that do it? Very sorry indeed. Yes, I did it right where after not knowing when to cross, I said, oh gosh, let's switch. Country's capital Accra is Ghana. Factory defaults reset. These writers, Irish. Wolf Pup, Den. And then here is where I screwed it up. Chin length haircut. We had 3 blanks. I thought, mop? I know of bob haircuts, but I myself have never worn one, and so we had to switch this way, and that was where we had no chance of getting the record, but it worked out anyway. This change is part of the cooking stream. Not exactly Commander Keen. I didn't change the settings for the screen, or any of the screens, but instead, anytime my computer turns off and I unplug my webcam, OBS gets very, very, very confused and loses sight of all of the different pages I use. And so anytime I restart my computer, there's a period of readjustment. This is why for the next month and a half, I will not restart my computer, even though October's coming. Oh no. Friends, do I have to update to Windows 11? Do I hold my ground and say never again? Or do we instead say, yes indeed, we will update? I don't know. Okay, what can we say of ourselves? Paper's expensive. Well, that's not much we can do. Is there a relationship I can take with the native people next door? I think no. Because we are... Yeah, with our actual title in terms of diplomatic relationship, we're a puppet. No puppet, no puppet, you're the puppet. Okay. I can ask some nice things, but the US hates me, so they will not give me anything right now. I would like eventually to have Mexico support my independence. How does that work? Give me one moment here. I'm not sure I can request that, but instead it might be, yeah, that they have to say it. So I'm going to use some bird mana to make things better with Mexico in particular. I'm going to hold off on Texas. Again, the great desire is that Mexico wins Texas. And I think if they don't, I have to restart, probably. You can make part of a treaty? Oh, can you actually? You can. You can. Good eye on that. Alright. I'm going to wait on all of that until, again, Mexico wins Texas. Without that, a restart guarantee. I'm trying to think of anything else that we can do that will put us in good position. We have a whole bundle of authority. I assume our economy is in absolute shambles. This is the American market. Alright, what do I actually make locally? I make cotton. The end. Alright, well. We have coal and wood. Food, etc. Cool. Paper's expensive here, correct? Okay. So I could potentially work on paper a little bit. For the moment, though, I assume lowering food prices is really, really important. Yeah, grain's the issue. Now, how is the market across the US on grain? Doesn't really matter. What matters is getting some food going. I should, though, be making a couple construction sector buildings first, just to get this thing started. And, yeah, up to the top of the queue. For today's stream, I'm going to attempt not to have my queue be longer than one page. We'll see how it goes. Okay, our technology is obviously really far behind. Only recently do we learn how to dig things out of the ground, it seems. So what would be most useful right now? The cotton gin is useful if we have cotton. We do not have cotton. We are currently working agriculture. That's a possibility, but it requires me to make explosives. A societal research might not be the worst thing. Urban planning we don't have yet. We also don't have the academia. Oh, we're big old dum-dums. I shouldn't say, I'm sorry. We are marginalized people throughout history who have perfectly functional societies. They're just not particularly good ones at lining up with contemporary industrialized worlds. Not big old dumbs at all, don't worry. Okay. Wood's expensive, we'll fix that soon. Hey, miss, good seeing ya. Good seeing all y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. How are the political movements feeling about me? Okay, so landowners have the most control. The evangelicals, the rural folk, the armed forces, and the PB. I'm surprised we don't have some kind of repatriation movements. Stuff like that, I'm not sure. You worry the construction sectors put me in debt. So we have a large gold reserve. No, we don't. We have 3.5 thousand in the gold reserve pile. It's a lot for us, but in a rough campaign, I mean, I don't disagree. We are going to probably have to restart. Okay, Mexico is currently winning this battle. Great. Great. All right. Political movement. There is a peasant movement, a pro-slavery movement, Indian supremacists. This is the kind of thing I was thinking about. They're ethno-nationalists. I have not decided what kind of policies we need over the next little bit here. We see that the rural folk are the most loyal to me currently. Our government is righteous indeed. Hooray. Our leader's name is John Jolly, historical character. He's of the landowners. He is well-loved, charismatic, innovative, diplomatic, and a political operator. A lot of good things. Also, I have scads of authority. I should be boosting my economy any way I can. Okay, so the government is just of the landowners right now. Fine. Fine. There are lots of possible changes we can make. That's not quite true. We can add a police force. The intelligentsia hates it. The slavery people like it. John Jolly was Sam Houston's father. Aristurn, do you mean literally? Did he raise him? Did he, biologically produce him? Is it intellectually speaking? I don't know much about the history of this period, other than I can talk about Santa Anna literally all day long if you want me to. Alright, so we're stuck with legacy slavery right now. We can't get rid of that probably till we throw off the power of the U.S. Yeah, no monarchy, no theocracy. I think we have to go for policing. The rural folk hate it, though. I think we don't change anything right now. I need to think seriously about what on earth to do. The PB are cranky because they want the police, the armed forces want the police, the rural folk are perfectly fine, thank you. Evangelicals, what's your issue? They want healthcare, their leader doesn't like me. I think, unfortunately, I have to strengthen the landowners at this point. Their leader, Miguel Barragan, is an armed forces member. We're stockpiling the gold. Our gold bar's entirely full. Don't worry, that will change very soon. Okay, I want to have as many functional decrees as possible right now. So, more construction efficiency, awesome. Resource industry, probably awesome also. I don't know what control I actually have. I can set consumption taxes. What is something that the wealthy are spending big money on? Coffee, clothes, furniture. The poor are not buying clothes at all. Brutal. Yeah, usually I do explicit luxury goods like luxury furniture, but for right now, yeah, it's just not much money anywhere. The poor folks want tobacco, correct? Yeah, they do. Man, is furniture the call? No, it's not furniture either. Do I not use consumption taxes early game? I mean, services is always yes. It's only for the wealthy. This is bizarre. Yeah, I agree with social mobility up so people get crazy. I think agriculture for right now, you can only boost one, correct? Yeah. And I'll move to resources after a bit. Having more authority makes laws go through faster. Oh god. What is this video game? The USA has demanded a doubling to our regular payments. Brutal. Have I seen Santa Anna's leg? I have not. There's a long story to tell about why Illinois has Santa Anna's leg. They paid American blood for that. But yeah, unfortunately Santa Anna's leg is no longer on public display. It's kept in a military museum in the archives. I have a friend who's the, Assistant Attorney General of the state of Illinois. And she has said if I can get back to Illinois, she will call in a favor to get me into the archives of the museum so that I'm able to, see Santa Anna's leg face to face. And, yeah. There's a lot to say there. Alright. The consumption taxes may actually not be worth getting. It's a ton of authority for almost no money at all. Though at this point, really any money will help. Alright. One construction sector made. The second one is going to lower our money decently. Okay, what's our maximum loan we can take out? We'll see soon enough. So we're currently burning through our gold reserves at 67 a week on 8,000 money. We have some time. What an adorable little place we are. That said, shame on Andrew Jackson. I thought he liked the Native Americans. Shame on Andrew Jackson for doubling our payments. This was the end of the Australia playthrough. They did that so unbelievably late in the game that our economy was completely collapsed. As of right now, I'm glad to see that it's not that much money going. Alright, so we are currently losing our liberty desire. At this point in the game, that's fine. Yeah, I of course need to stay dependent here. Mexico won the Texan War. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. What can I give you? There's still negative 45 on independence. Is there anything I can give you? Because I'm not the leader of the market, I can't give them goods directly. Are there any laws you want me to put through? Like, I realize that you're a military junta, so I assume there's nothing you care about. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, do you care about the police, possibly? See, at this point, I want to make a joke about the band The Police, but I don't know any of their members. And I worry I'll mention the wrong person, and so now I told you the joke, and well, that's how it goes. Things are happening. Number 1. Alright, I was thinking about it. Here we go. Jeremiah Bodina, the ever-efficacious leader of the landowners, approached the government with a plan to enact a local police force. We'll see what we can do. I was planning to do it, maybe. So landowner strength is what we're doing. It is Sting indeed. It is Sting, thank you. I was thinking it was like Peter Cetera, or that one guy who has the In the Air Tonight song, goes do-do-do-do-do-do. Peter Gabriel, maybe? I don't know. I've got some problems. I've got some problems in my knowledge of a lot of things. Some Siouan people are unfairly blaming the poor living conditions in Oklahoma on their Caddoan neighbors. So what I need, team, I need a native unification movement. I don't know enough about the actual history of this period. Like, who are the landowners? He is a Cherokee person. So we are being led, it seems, by people who are natives. That said, as many of you know, the Indian territories were jamming together of so many disparate peoples. And so they didn't feel a sense of, hey, we have a shared identity because historically they've been enemies or unrelated or otherwise. So I probably shouldn't force liberalization. I don't know what I should force, though. If I have to use the police to force everyone to be happy together, we got problems. Okay. I can lose 5% authority to attempt to work on the cultural rift between our people. Or I don't care. I mean, obviously I care. Need to mend the problems. The fervently nationalistic armed forces has turned its rhetoric towards Mexico, its province of Mexican Colorado. They've begun lobbying for hostile actions against Mexico to realize their territorial ambitions. Do you understand we are literally 7 people and a knife? That's our army. So the officer demands that Mexican Colorado has a distinctly Indian character. That's weird to say. I'm sorry, I cannot engage in aggressivity against Mexico. There's now an anti-Mexican political lobby. Again, I cannot do this. If Mexico is not with us, there's no way that we get free of the US, let alone manage to fight against the US. That's the very hard goal here, is to make the US our suzerain. And we'll see. All right, now we're negative 3,000 money. What happened? I believe that I made the second construction sector. So I think I need to destroy one of those, which is a bit of a waste of time and so on. But I can't have my economy collapse entirely. We'll see how that changes in a moment. We're making our very first non-construction building. If I bankrupt this playthrough, we got problems. Can we wait for the Civil War and hope it's a stalemate? That's not a bad idea. I actually didn't even think of the Civil War, Guffelman. You're absolutely right, though, that a greatly weakened nation would be good for us. I'd like that very much. Right, the U.S. is just a few northern states were good. Whoops. I'm currently logged into Steam, and people are sending me messages. That's no good. No friends allowed. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Offline. There we go. Very good. Everything's expensive. Unfortunately, I can't really help with that. And I'm not allowed to do any kind of tariffing, correct? Yeah, certainly not. I could imagine an independent territory be able to pay at least subventions to help bring things in. Okay, so we're only losing 500 now. That's fine. Relationship with Mexico is improving gradually. +6 neutral. Yeah, definitely a slow playthrough. There's probably a year by which I need to be independent. I'm thinking very hard right now about how do I militarize in a really big way? There's no way we can fight our way free of US. I guess we look into who hates the US. At some point, Russia is going to get cranky. Mexico is going to get cranky also. So do I find a way to get Mexico and Russia to support my independence? And then, protect me while I try to build up the middle? There's no way I get colonization, right? We're not going to be doing colonization, I don't believe. I think that's something, in fact, I'm not allowed to do as a suzerain. Where is it? Where's the colonization policy? This is a bizarre playthrough. I've been thinking through what we need to do. Maybe I shouldn't do any deficit spending. Colonial affairs. I'm not allowed to do any of these, correct? We don't know what colonization is yet. That feels so silly, right? We've been colonized. We've been pushed out. Just do the same thing to other people. You're probably right that deficit spending is a very bad idea given how much interest rate's going to build up very quickly. Fine, you're absolutely right about that. If we don't, though, man, our construction speeds be rough. What else can I can raise taxes, but our standard of living is so bad. It is going up. Line goes up, thank goodness. Oh God, line goes down. Why did our GDP collapse there as the game started? I can't think of anything I would have done other than unpause the game. Huh. Was meant as a routine speech about the merits of the local police force has quickly devolved into public relations disaster. Oh, thank you, Runic. You're absolutely right. The U.S. doubled my taxes. Does the U.S. always begin by doubling taxes on the Indian Territory? Because if not, restarting might be a very good idea. Alright, Benoit made a terrible PR mistake. He said that he supports the local police force, but she means that he's against that. Oh, it's very confusing. So we're at 61 positivity, so I will take the 10% hit on it going through. It'll go through eventually. Alright, so the evangelicals are all about us right now. More authority. The landowners love us, so they're investment pooling in a big way. Guffman, thanks for that follow. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us today. We just get started on a really, really stupid playthrough. I wonder if this is one of the... this is obviously one of the more difficult starts. I wonder if it's the most difficult start. So if I were to stop constructing right now, we can dig ourselves out of poverty. Let's go ahead and finish this one wheat farm. We have no one who's unemployed. However, we do have a bunch of subsistence farmers now, and we're really struggling on food. So making any food locally... Oh, the price of grain has dropped. Of course, being part of a really big market, we have such a small impact. If we can get food at lower prices locally, though, it will always help us. Yeah, before the peasants were saying grain was way too expensive. I'm not consumption taxing on anything but services right now. Alright, law went to stage 2. Haiti's probably most difficult? Yeah, good call. Good call. Why did America not support the Haitian Revolution? What's wrong with them? If taxes were to go up, we get 36 more money. What a strange start this is. Alright. I'm not going to do any construction for a while after one more week. That should fix the economy, and if it does not, I will restart. I'm almost certain it will, no problems. Well. Well. We'll give it a moment to see how things kick around. I'm at all the Native American groups, so not all of them, Jim, but we're all the Native American groups that have been jammed into the Indian Territory. So the groups from the East in general, and from the Mid-States. As you see, there are still some like the Great Sioux Nation that are free. They will probably be incorporated by the U.S. at some point fairly soon, but so far they have not done so. I'm just negative. Okay, is the new farm getting turned on? Wheat Farms, Oklahoma. Cannot hire slaves. I'm a monster. I don't want to be a monster. So people are getting hired here gradually. Does one actually have to have more slaves available? I don't think I've ever played a slave state before. Okay, so now they only need farmers. So the gradual movement of people from subsistence farming into our wheat farms will occur. But does the economy hold out until then? I could do other taxes potentially. Nathire, hello. I'm guessing that your semester has begun recently. I hope it goes okay for you. But always good seeing you, my friend. Like, coal run. So we need 75 money. No tax give us 75 money directly. So is there a tax I can do that would help? The kids gave you coronavirus already? I mean, children are dirty. One thing I have happen here at this university, because it's an international school, we get students from, like, what, 90 countries or something, and Americans coming to Japan and so on. We have this, like, initial period of everyone has different germs, good luck. Every year it happens, and the students all get sick for a week or two, and then we build up immunities. What resources do we have? I believe the answer is none. We have coal and logging as the two possible resources. So maybe I should have gone with one of these as first building instead of going with wheat. I was just trying to lower the price of food locally. The Indian supremacist movement has gone away for now. Yeah, the limitation on technology spread is not the worst of possible we hate you points. Yeah, the game starts with one cotton plantation and one wheat farm. I mean, we can kill our construction sector. Is it spending money a little bit? It's spending 79 money. Now, there is no investment pool. So I think I actually need to destroy the one construction facility I built. Whichever viewer said, your construction facility is going to kill you, you're not wrong. You were in fact absolutely right. The police are online! So less turmoil, we don't actually have that. But the landowners get stronger again. We gotta find ways to make use of the landowners being so darn strong. Alright, killing the construction sector. My friends were making money! Ooh-wee! So we'll gradually pay off our debt yet again. Yeah, unfortunately the things that are really expensive locally are things I actually can't produce at all. No worries at all. Coal, I don't think ever gets... I mean, both of these the US has in spades, right? The US has so many natural resources early. Craziness. Let's look and see at the market. Of those two, which is more expensive? Wood is more expensive right now. So, like, putting a wood in might make some sense. But again, I don't actually have enough workers for this. Unless I can get them off the subsistence farming territory. That 11,000 peasants must get changed over gradually. Alright, other possible desires of the people are simply a monarchy or a theocracy. I think it might be very funny to have a monarchy. Like the Native American king. But I don't know what that would do for us, if anything. It might make sense for us to use our limited friendship points to try to get Russia to like us also. Simply, or kind of not. Oh, we have no diplomatic focuses yet. Am I allowed any of them? No, no interest from me at all. So only nations that are right here may I interact with. Cuba is close enough. Cuba actually likes me right now. Potentially we're friends. Cuba's not a big state, but is it possibly that all the colonized nations will rise together? Gotta stop building. Gotta stop building again. Who else likes me right now? So the various minor states of Central America like me also. Yeah, I mean, at this point, do I ally with the minor states? But for what? Oh, what's Canada feel me? Potential friend. Okay. I can't actually touch them. They're too far away. Hey, as you could see, yeah. Alright, a newspaper called the Oklahoma Times has printed a bigoted article about the Caddoan people. I don't know who these people are, actually. It's not a name I know. They're Native Americans of some sort. There are, how many of these people here? 7,000. So it's a tenth of our population. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, we can't speak ill of our native friends here. We just can't. You're welcome to have your own traditions. Are they from Texas? They might be from Texas, indeed. The Caddoan people, yeah. Texas people, yeah. I'm guessing part of one's, as an American, part of one's knowledge of indigenous people is based on where you grew up. So I know a decent amount about the people in the Midwest, in the northern Midwest. I grew up there. I guess people who live in Texas know about Texans, etc. With the attitude of the... Gosh darn, why did it start this way? With the attitude of the armed forces towards Mexico growing more apathetic, they're considering dropping out of the Anti-Mexican Association. Yes, do that. And so with that, they have nobody. And so we're gradually becoming pro-Mexico instead. Did I construct too aggressively? We are getting workers. When labor was fired, Jim, what were you doing? That's a random name. I don't mean our Jim. The person was illiterate. Yeah, work on literacy, my friends. So for first research, I chose urban planning to get more construction, more infrastructure. That may have been a bad call. It might have been better to go for academia first to help with literacy. I believe that wealth education access means some more people get to go to school. Not a lot of people, but some more people. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go to increase game speed. Where the additional money came from, I'm not quite sure. I think it came from the wheat farms gradually turning on. It took some time. I could subsidize them while they hire. Can my economy tolerate that? The issue, of course, is once they're online, I'd have to turn subsidies back off. Or did they kickstart themselves? Yeah, subsidizing earlier may have been a good idea. Such a delicate balance. We got a farm going. Friends, the national farm begins. I feel right now like we're in a very small town that has just gotten its first traffic light. Remember back in like the 1990s, the city of Elburn, Illinois, not too far away from where I grew up, had Traffic Light Day. They had a big old town celebration and parade and cookout because they got their first ever stoplight. And it was fun. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of irony in it. Obviously, people recognize that it was kind of a ha-ha, hee-hee, look at us sort of thing. But they played it more or less straight in the actual celebrations. And I think the mayor gave a speech and so on. It was fun. It was fun. Okay, the price of fabric has dropped precipitously. So cotton plantations are not doing great. Will people be moving over to the wheat farms? This is a rough achievement. Oh yeah, I expect we're going to lose in a big way. I'm having some fun trying. I'm going to subsidize and see if we can get our throughput up some. Because the price of wheat is high. If we can lower it, standard of living goes up. Hey, Enrak, we trying to form Turtle Island? Absolutely. Alright, hiring is happening. Come on, kickstart, baby. Just get growing stuff. Yeah, I'm totally fine if we lose. Like, don't be concerned at all about us not doing well in this thing. I'm ready to make mistakes over and over again. We just had a pop about harvest conditions. Did that affect us at all? The Oklahoma level overview, no. The good harvest conditions are not for us, unfortunately. 47 starving people. We're working on that. The food will come in soon. Anrak, thank you for asking a flossy question over on Discord today. I really enjoyed thinking about your question and responding to it. I hope my answer helped a little bit. But yeah, anyone who needs help with their flossy homework, come on by. Oh, I'm taxing services while we have no services. You have to have an urban center to have services, don't you? How much money am I making off of services with them not existing? Yeah, $10 allegedly. I don't think consumption taxes make any sense right now. Because we're just not consuming much of anything. Also, the idea of spending 300 authority for 33 money is so crazy. It's 15 money for services. Even again, they don't really exist. Is your subvention over? Are you good? They're full on work. Cat. They're bringing money on their own. I'm going to de-subvent and see if they can pull it off still. The question is, does this number keep going up? I suspect it will. Who's my favorite philosopher? It's a very hard question. The first philosopher I loved is Plato. No. The first philosopher I loved is Nietzsche. Because he upset my father. I bought a book called The Antichrist. But yeah. I think these days I have to say Plato. Love the questions, hate the answers. He taught me how to think in an abstract way. Why did my standard of living just dump so badly? I stopped the subventions. Are people losing their jobs? They're not. So why did standard of living drop 0.6 all at once? The price of grain went down. That's awesome. I removed taxes on what it was. I removed I added back services. It's such little changes, big outcomes. How do I feel on John Locke's role in the hit TV show Lost? I mean, I liked that people were looking up John Locke online, looking for facts about the character, and instead finding things about the philosopher. But no, I definitely have only watched one episode of Lost ever. It was the very last episode because it was like cultural phenomenon. I want to be part of the cultural conversation. I had literally no idea what was going on. Genuinely nothing. It was terrible. But we had some fun anyway. Had some fun. Yeah. It's possible we're in a interest spiral now. Yeah, I mean, the last episode of Lost, if you don't know the general story of it, you just show up and there are all these like metaphors, artistic expressions, and characters who live lives. And the next day at the water cooler, I had nothing of value to say. But people are really into that show. It's one of those ones that I don't know. We mentioned before. There's not really monoculture for entertainment anymore. A lot of people watch their own favorite shows and ignore everything else. But I think Lost is one of those things that a ton of people engaged in watching. What are ones like that, where the whole nation's watching in some sense? The move to streaming, of course, makes so that each person gets to choose their own favorite thing to watch. As opposed to, and you just watch The Office over and over again. That's the move from TV. Yeah, Game of Thrones. A lot of people on in nerd culture watch Game of Thrones religiously. Breaking Bad also. Yeah, good call on both of those. I think one of the shifts also is now the move to online discussions about various TV shows. Kind of killed the joy of standing at the water cooler and speculating without being able to go online and say, oh, look, This person on Reddit has the exact screen capture that proves your idea false, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, I mentioned before that one thing I miss, even though I realize it's like anti-truth, I miss just like speculating, right? Someone says like, I don't know, how many people live in Peoria, Illinois? And you're just like sitting around the bar and chit-chatting about it, and, you know, I'm pretty sure Peoria's bigger than Joliet, and you just make stuff up, and you try your best, as opposed to saying, well, Peoria, Illinois has, right? The easy access to information, I think, has removed a certain kind of important sociality, and it makes me profoundly sad. Yeah, even though, again, I recognize I want truth, I want to know things, I also want to have the ability to talk with people and talk through things with people without having the definitive at the end. You heard Peoria, Illinois, you work in Peoria? My uncle just moved out of, or soon moved out of Joliet. I spent a lot of time in that part of the country, so we love Peoria. Don't love the Illinois Nazis, but... only, again, I don't know why. Is it the subvention? I thought the subvention was only helping to pay for people's income while they hired and got going. Yeah, the idea of sacrificing standard of living for the sake of the budget feels pretty bad. Part of me wants to make another building and deficit spend until we get wood coming in, as wood has become an issue for the broader American market, and so that lets us bring in some pretty big money. It also give subsistence people a job. Tobacco is crazy expensive. I can't import things, so some of the issues are issues at the national level or the leaders level. What's the word? The suzerain? Wait, what's the relationship with suzerain and overlord? The overlord's level might be the trouble here. Fix it, US, fix it. Alright, it's been revealed that Frank Sins, wait, the leader of the evangelicals, the man named Sinner, has been having a secret affair with a member of the clergy. His resignation is demanded. Tell me about yourself, Frank. What kind of person are you? You're a traditionalist. Well, no great surprise there, I suppose. Are you currently giving me any bonuses to opinion? Nope, you're against me. Off you go! New leader to evangelicals is Charles Shine. Hello, Charlie. And Charles Shine does not hate me. Lovely, lovely, lovely. The building begins, which should mean that our economy is going to collapse briefly. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, civilian. Hope your trip around the world's going well. Okay. With building, we are making money. Because I don't know why, we may be buying fabric, which raises the cost of fabric in... I have no idea. I don't know why we're making money now. I'm not complaining, but still. What portion of my playing Victoria 3 is me saying, I'm going to make a small change to the economy? Well, let's see what happens. I think this game is ignorance through and through. Okay, the evangelicals and rural folks have gained more popularity. The rural folks don't like change, rabble, rabble, rabble. They want a proper military. Then we get rid of serfdom. I'd like that too. I need to get someone else into the government. We're a presidential republic. When's election day for us? We don't hold elections. Oh, we're territorial government. I'm sorry. So, though we call our government a presidential republic, it's an autocracy. So, getting voting, most people don't care about what happens with these changes. But if I can get it proposed, then there are some people who would support it. But getting it proposed requires the intelligentsia to be in government. That's not great. We're staying on autocracy for a while. Alright. Consumption taxes, I believe, make landowners happier. Is that true? Makes the rural folk happier. How much money do I lose if this goes through? There's no indication of how the money would change. 0.01 revenue from 0.12. Yeah, we can't make that change right now. Yeah, the debt is being dealt with. Again, I'm not sure why we're making money, but we are making money somehow. Alright, show me my brand new logging camp. They can't find workers. No workers. Alright, subvent here also. We'll be going negative on money for a while, but just get it going. Get it going indeed. The US needs iron. I cannot give them iron. I can give them coal, maybe. Standard of living has gone down again. Tobacco and furniture. Basic furniture is just wood, correct? We could try to make... It's fabric and wood. We could try to make chairs here. That would help with furniture prices locally a little bit. And it would increase demand for cotton, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, I guess. I don't exactly know at what point I should build a construction factory for myself. We have road maintenance going for the bonus to construction. I can move off of ag industry over to resource industry once we have more wood coming in. But no. I think this is just what's going for a while. I think the slow and steady process of building up. Intelligentsia have gotten enough attention recently. Their leader's a popular person. Charles Christie calls himself. He's a moderate, which is about all we got of the intelligentsia right now. No rabble-rousers allowed. The rural folk are softening on me a little bit. They really hate that I put the police force in. They'll get over it eventually, though. So no major problems. The peasant movement's getting stronger and stronger. What would you like? They would like me to move off of land-based taxation to anything else. I'm going to get rid of serfdom also. I think with my current government, it's going to be very hard to get rid of serfdom. But, yeah, I mean, it's possible. The landowners really hate it, though. But serfdom gives a huge amount of political strength to landowners. So maybe this is one of those longer-term goals, is to end the serfdom here. In the short term, a proper army could be pretty cool. Unfortunately, nobody wants it at all. Hey! Hey, it's a war. Alright, so, yeah. The US is going to begin engaging in more and more wars against the natives around us. I don't think there's anything I can do to stop that, but that's how it's going for right now. Yeah, absolutely military all the way. Okay, so bonus to construction is now happening. Academia could be quite good for getting us more education. In the military, mandatory service is bonus conscription. Are any of these necessary to... Let's put everything into the Navy. You want to do a team, everything in Navy? So none of these give me the ability to pass different laws more easily. I think we go ahead and do academia. I believe that's the most sensible move for right now. Unless we want to get more money. I mean, we could do colonization. Am I allowed to colonize if I grab colonization? We could take the Comanche into us. That feels so unbelievably dumb. But again, am I allowed to do so, given the kind of people that I am? Can I see that by looking at my diplomacy page? As a puppet, we can't do our own diplomacy plays. But colonization is not a diplomacy play, I believe? Is that true? Does anyone know definitively, can one colonize while being a puppet? I honestly don't know. Honestly don't know. Okay. You don't know. You can colonize. Eventually the US will stop you. This is 35 months. Okay, I'm going to academia to get us more qualifications, more education more quickly in order to hopefully increase literacy. We might be starving, but at least we know how to read. Puppets can colonize? Okay, cool. Thank you all for knowing that. Railroad's quite good. I mean, railroad's amazingly important for keeping infrastructure going. As of right now, we're fine. Our, what's it called? Road maintenance is keeping infrastructure going for right now. Oh boy, a war's happening over in Nebraska. The Pawnees are winning right now. I'll be staying out of that, thank you. That said, do I even have an army? do I have any military at all? Absolutely not. There's literally nothing. I could make an army, but that would then charge me more money. So for the moment, until the economy gets stronger, nah, we're good, thanks. Okay, must I continue subventing? Actually, am I subventing right now? I am. They have workers. They're not making money right now. Why? They don't have anything going in other than wages. The price of wood is quite high in the market. If I okay, so they are making money again. Only a little bit. Subvention off. I'll check on you in a little bit. The furniture will be such a nice bonus for us. It will help with the standard of living throughout. Furniture, tobacco, clothes. Okay, we're almost good on the middle strata also. Clothes, clothes, clothes. Might make sense to make a clothes building also, but we need more infrastructure. We have no ports here. And so heading towards railroads is very important. Now it's on the production side, I believe. It's society. I forget. Well, we can go and search, can't we? I thought there was a search. It's gotta be production. Over here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're lost team. Anyone know where railroad is? Is it society? It is society. It's not military, I know for sure. Hello? Hello? It is production? Okay, cool. There it is, the railways! I found it, thank you. So, yeah, we have to do a lot of work to get to railroads. A bit too much, so... Though the problem is some of you are noticing that some point soon, after one more building, I can't build anything else, because we just don't have ports. Now, maybe the great hope is that the US will give me a railroad. I have some doubts. Have some doubts on that one. The war with the Pawnee has broken out. Don't you worry, Pawnee. You're gonna win this thing, right? Oh, Pawnee, no. Don't worry, someday we'll name a city in Indiana after you. Can't wait, can't wait. Okay. We still have a ton of bird mana. Mexico is cordial to me now. good. So apparently the folks down here like me, though I can't directly interact with them. I believe this is all we can interact with. We can't talk the natives next door. I believe we can talk to Mexico and the US, and that's all. Now, if I make the US like me more, they might take away my taxes. And so I guess I'm gonna use my Birdman and try and make nice with the nation. Yeah, if we can get the US to like us more, Pawnee is going to be American very soon. Then it's possible to remove the awful taxation rule they made against me at the very beginning of the playthrough. Raise subject payments. What are you doing? What are you doing? We'll see. 100 money! Number goes up! Everyone's okay with their standard of living again! Hey! Production line goes up. All the lines are going up, my friends. We're playing halfway decently. Now, will we be able to... There are more and more radicals. Will we be able to eventually take over the US? We'll see. If we can even survive and get independent, I'm going to call that a successful playthrough all the way. That said, friends, an ad break is coming in about 30 seconds. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to run upstairs and get some coffee, use the restroom. I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Thanks so much for being here as always. It's a great fun. Love playing Victoria with you. Love playing Paradox games in general. If you're enjoying yourself, consider throwing a foul this way. We're here 6 days a week, playing Victoria consistently for the next few days at least, and it'll be nice having you hanging out with us as that happens. So, see you in 3, and thank you very much for being here. BRB. Alright, hello again. Thanks for hanging out while I was gone. Got about 2 hours of the stream left today. I'm gonna have to end a little early today. As I mentioned, it's the first day of classes, and so gotta make sure I'm ready for the first one. I'll probably be streaming longer again after the first few days here, but gotta ensure it's a good start to the old semester. Now, our radical number popped up quite a bit during the period that our standard of living had really dropped. It got below 6.0 for a very brief moment there, which is not exactly what one wants to see. The US has restored our payments to the regular level. Making friends with the Overlord, being buddy-buddy. Alright, so they were taking 420 Blaze It. They're now taking only 210. The economy is almost to plus 200. Alright, I need to force through having an actual military. I need to force through having the end of serfdom. Both of these are very, very important. So I need the landowners to be with me, but even more than that, I need the landowners to get out the way a little bit. So, what did I establish about how the government actually works here? May I just force people in? I may. Alright, we like that we're a righteous government. If I add the evangelicals in, I don't believe they're going to give me access to what I want/need. Let's go and look through that carefully. Either of these laws passed will be very useful. So there's 45% against professional army, notably the labor movements against it as well as the landowners. With respect to the end of serfdom, it's much closer on tenant farmers. And equally close on homesteading. Let me go and read through the two and see which is better for us right now. Agricultural land is owned by hereditary elites. Workers are not tied to the land. They may seek alternative employment they can find. So more available workforce, great. Homesteading means farmers lay claim to plots of land which they work alongside hired laborers. So if we go with this, Draza Grujic will join on in. My guess is that homesteading is preferable. It's going to make the landowners furious. So what are we losing? We'll be losing a bonus to investment pool and whatever for right now. And then also be losing the influence. We have tons of influence, we'll also be fine. Now this might fail, but if I can get the serfs off the land and owning some territory themselves, everything will be somewhat better. We have a 9% chance to get it through. People are very angry. I could have tried to make a contract with another nation telling them I was going to pass it, but this particular way of forcing through laws was weakened in earlier patches. When this first came out, if you told another nation that you would try to pass a law, gosh darn it, you would have plus 30% chance of going through. So dumb. A lowborn man has risen as the popular leader of the intelligentsia, with some not so pleased with his kind of social mobility. At first he was living with his poor widowed mother, then his terrible uncle, then they both died, it was said, and he became an orphan and fled the state. Feels a little bit like Alexander Hamilton, huh? He was seen as a wine merchant as young as he was, and some say he tried to become a lawman of some kind. Then he tried writing, from which you'll see he's been moderately successful, and now, as the leader of the intelligentsia, finally at peace. He's earned it, that makes him a meritocrat through and through. Our touching story, we don't care. He's earned it, that's fine. It's still 25%. Alright, Anrak, I believe it was 30% and then stepped down to 25. It's still strong, but not as strong as it was, I'm fairly sure. Leader of intelligentsia is Elias Nachman, a moderate, he's well liked. He's one of us, one of us, one of us. That's pretty good. Okay, sorry landowners. So is there anything I can do to help this go through? Do I have an agitator slot? I do. So we want someone who will support... Where's only available? There it is. No one. Oh, no one will come here. And someone who will help with homesteading. Oh no. I thought when I chose it said someone would show up to help us support this thing. So no one's able to come here at all. state religion and acceptance of what kind of people they are. Oh, this one right here. So Drazen Drujic wants to come help us. However, he's not our religion, and also, we don't accept people like him around these parts. Darn you, Andrew Jackson! We're doing it alone. If this thing fails out, which it likely will, we need to go the other direction and see if we can find a way to step down the state religion. Which, as of right now, everybody loves the state religion. It keeps people in line. If you abandon your land, if you find a way to have too much independence, straight to hell you go. Excellent system of control. What, as Freud says, the externalized father. Super ego made manifest in the world of the divine. I've been thinking about Freud today. Freud's not normally part of my intellectual landscape, but this morning on one of our discussion channels over on Discord, an opportunity to talk about Freud and Lacan. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, the old intellectual machine is fired back up as I'm teaching today. Over the summer, my life was primarily, I don't know, sorting magic cards. Now, though, true knowledge is with us. They're not making much money here yet. We'll see why that is. Again, they're using no tools, so I'm a bit surprised they're not making money. Especially with the wood being so expensive. I have one more. Is this true? Where is it? Give me Oklahoma. I have one more. Oh, actually 3 more. I don't know where the infrastructure came from, but I love it. Awesome. So we can continue building very slowly. The furniture manufacturing will increase the price of wood, which will be great. Wood is still very expensive. With a 9% chance, homesteading advance on its first time. Luck be a lady. If you've ever been a lady to begin with, luck be a lady this morning. It's still 11 o'clock here, so nice and early. Okay, going. Our bureaucracy is still fine. We don't need a government building yet. Furniture manufacturing online. Immediately subsidize it. Awesome. Very basic, traditional, artisanal way of doing these things. They'll find me workers gradually. It's gonna be a beautiful, beautiful thing. Standard of living, almost 7. Wonderful. Hey, the US is helping me get technology. The US doesn't know what's coming. The US is unaware of why I'm trying to make friends with them. But they're gonna find out soon enough. Great. Now there's no way we get another good success on homesteading. It just can't happen. I can't believe it. Seems impossible to me. I'm trying to decide what kind of building I need next. So we know that furniture will be fine. Tobacco I can't help. I think very basic clothes makes a ton of sense all the way. Only consumes fabric. Good. As far as people go, 3,000 peasants. Still bringing the peasants in gradually. And then we need to... Do dependents include serfs? I'm actually not sure how subsistence farms work at this point. May I see my subsistence farms? They're just a bunch of slaves. I do have the infrastructure to build a building. I have 3 available infrastructure. I believe finding the technology. Hello, find the technology to help with construction, like city planning, urban planning, gave me a slight boost to infrastructure. Okay, we have the cotton gin. Thanks, US. This is one of the few people whose inventor's name I know. Isn't it Elias Whitney? That's an important part of American history. Elias Whitney and the cotton gin. Strange times. So our cotton goes faster. We do have one cotton growing machine. And so hopefully its increased production will help. As you see, though, I need to be consuming more fabric, which we are working on. It's just going to take a while. A group of influential intelligentsia, led by Elias Nachman, are petitioning for the rapid abolition of serfdom. I could wax lyrical about the moral virtues of emancipation all day, and with good reason, but the simple truth of the matter is serfdom is inefficient. It's economically ruinous, an obstacle to the rightful progression of our nation, both in industry and society. Serfs who work the field to be better put to use in the factories, where they can be gainfully employed and properly industrious. Alright, this average poor person who climbed to the top encouraged the possibility of meritocracy for others. If we want to, we can take a chance and get a 30% bonus to enactment, or just take the 10% fine. Intelligentsia are pushing us into the future step by step by step. Once we're positive on money, we'll be pulling in approximately 400 a tick. When that happens, I'm considering building our first construction building again. Maybe. Thinking about anything to do right now. I think I'm fortunate now it's a whole bunch of let's just wait. Would it make sense to put the military in power? I believe that will give me the possibility of getting the professional army up and going. Yeah, the armed forces, golly gosh, want it in a big way. That said, I can already propose it. If I help the armed forces get more power, then they'd be more likely to put it through. Rural folk angry. If rural folk get freed from the land, they'll be quite happy, I suspect. Hey, one agitator. Nope. That means we have a possibility of getting one, but no one in particular will fill it at this point, unfortunately. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Landowners do not like I'm trying to pass a law against them. Yeah. Don't you worry, team. So we're a righteous government. We're nearly or exactly righteous. So enactment goes through faster. We get more loyalists. Dropping to legitimate's okay. It slows enactment time, which isn't a huge issue. We got nothing but time in the playthrough. But we'll see. Okay, the intelligentsia have unfortunately lost their power. They've become too small again. Sub 5%. But they did help us gain more success chance a bit ago. As we at universities, as we teach our people how to read and write, surely the intelligentsia will rise again. Opposition members put forth demands. The pragmatically inclined members of the landowners who oppose the homesteading have an idea. Political concession. They're only serfs half the week. On the weekend, go work your factory jobs. The rural folk, though, hate the idea. Compromise a good umbrella, but a poor roof. It's a temporary expedience, offers wise in party politics, almost sure to be unwise in statesmanship. Alright, so the rural folk get crankier. This is fine. The rural folk could not love us anymore. They're convinced that we are their great savior. Who are we? We are their Che Guevara. Eventually, my face will be on t-shirts that are worn by high school students. There we go. 30%. It's not as good for the rural folk as they hoped initially, but it's great anyway. It's good enough to pass it through. I need to make sure we do not lose our liberty desire. Gotta keep that in mind. Okay. So, we are becoming less and less interested in liberty. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's nothing I can demand that will increase my desire to be free. So I guess what we need to think about in the long term is at some point the US will have access to the annex button. And if they push that button, we need to be able to say no and fight back. How's Mexico looking? Cordial still, it's climbing. Okay, who hates the US? A war is fired, incidentally. Russia's about the US. Spain hates the US. Okay. The US and America has been swayed to join the Netherlands in a war against the East India Company. So, looks like Dad's off to fight somewhere else. Come home, Dad, we'll miss you. We have no military to contribute to this, so we'll continue rocking and rolling down this way. This is a case where if we had weapon manufacturers, it would help the Americans a lot, but we're just kind of insubstantial right now. Okay, the US started improving relations to me. Yeah, this one might require a restart. Like, I think we're coming along pretty well, but at the same time, I recognize that, yeah, we gotta find a way to make the US like me enough, but not like me so much that they integrate me. Okay, we have furniture being made now. This has caused a substantial increase in our standard of living again. So furniture is no longer crazy expensive. Clothes are the next goal. After that's tobacco, and I don't know how to help with tobacco other than something, trade, and that's not really my call. The US does their thing. Okay, with 210 friendship points, I believe we can't interact with the majority of the powers nearby. We just have to hope that they're willing to help us when the going gets rough. And so our only protectionistic partner right now is Dad. Russia doesn't care. Mexico is kind of unsure. Great Britain actually likes me. Homesteading failed in debate, so we're back to only 20% chance going through. So I'm able to engage with Great Britain. Why is that? I don't touch them. Maybe everyone can interact with Great Britain. They have spies in every single place. Okay, they're really opposed to my independence because they like the US right now. I can take a power block. Absolutely not. Will you give me money? I'm a nice guy. Do they have an interest in me? Oh, it works that way? I thought it was only if I have an interest in them. Yeah, our only interest is literally nowhere. I don't know my ledger at all. What's going on in the journal? Literally nothing. We got nothing until we get corn laws. The price of grain gets super high. Paranoid slave owners eventually earning recognition. For this, we must know about colonization and become an unrecognized major power. Brutal. And then Turtle Island is the goal. Well, it's going to take some time. I think one thing that's in the back of my mind is this all needs to be done by the end of the game. We're very early game right now. No major problems. Oh, you know what? The private investment pool is ready to start building. I don't know if I want them to do so, but it is the case. Yeah, in the infinitely long period of time, we play the game forever, we will become strong enough. But the short term, we'll see. I'm feeling hopeful, though. Feeling hopeful. Okay, so cotton plantation is making more money, even though the price of fabric is very, very low. I wonder if the private sector is anticipating textile mills coming online. Maybe. You're making money. I wish you the best of luck. Farm and Boom! Sonic Boom! The encouragement of agricultural development in Oklahoma has led to a small spike in production in our cotton plantations. We should look into using this before it all goes to waste. Boost the farms further! Big agriculture and ranches and plantations bonuses. Speaking of which, I'm going to stay on agriculture for now, but at some point, I'm probably going to shift to either resources or possibly even urban, which feels very awkward to say. Very, very awkward to say that we may end up trying to be an urbanized space. It really depends on what the Americans need more of. Dissenters break ranks. Outside observers, the rural folk may appear firmly committed to the idea of homesteading. Behind the facade of unity, discord is long festered. Some people like being serfs. Occasionally I talk to my students about, would you like it if you had the possibility of firing your boss at work? You know, there's this move of like democratic workplaces where the employees in general are allowed to elect, debate about, and fire their managers. And so many students say, I would hate that. At work, I just want to be told what to do. I don't want to be responsible for deciding things. Just tell me what to do. At this point, I always think about, but do not mention, Aristotle's claim that some of us are just born to be slaves. Right? He means it in a really terrible way that I don't want to support. But no, it's a cultural difference. No, even my American students. It's not just my Japanese students. My American students, my Chinese students, a lot of them just want to have a job and they want to do what they're told to do and go home after that. And I push on them. I'm like, wait, but what if you have a really terrible boss? What about if you think the company's going the wrong direction? You just kind of ride along for the ride. And they say, yes, that's what it should be. Like, ah. Anyway, shame on the on the rural folk who want to be serf still. So shame on them. 15% hit on success. Maybe we can bribe them, or we reset and lose 10%. Sorry, lose speed, but might go through more likely. Alright, you all can rewrite it. The people who want to stay as serfs get to be serfs. This is the thing the students always do. They have this libertarian move that I loathe, which is, yeah, if you want to work in a place where it's democratic, you should do that. If you want to work somewhere where they tell you what to do, you should do that. If you want to sell yourself into slavery, go right ahead, thank you. And on the one hand, I appreciate they don't want to tell other people how to live their lives. However, hey, absolutely good seeing you. Can I have a ratio of want to be serfs versus not serfs? You mean with my students? I mean, of those who are vocal. So when I present democratic workplaces in which every person shares in profit and loss, every person makes decisions together or directly elects a representative to do so, it's something like 90% of the students want nothing to do with it. And I think it's a limitation of imagination. Like, they know what it looks like to go work a normal job right now. That is part of the understanding of the culture. That yes, indeed, one gets a job and listens to the boss and gets a retirement, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, only about 10% say, yeah, I'd love to have more say in my workplace. I'd love to be able to get rid of a terrible boss by discussing it with my fellows. And it might just be my students haven't had a terrible boss yet. That might be what it is, but how it goes. Ham Cuts, glad to see you playing Victoria 3. Thank you. I'm glad to be playing it also. It struck me last night as a game I wanted to play, and so I'm so glad to do so. That said, we have chosen a really, really difficult start. And it's going gradually. The paddle steamer. Do we even have a river? Do we have a river for our paddle steamer? Our navy can go there. Oh, goodness. Our interest rate has gone down quite a bit. We're doing pretty well here. Oh yeah, Fod. I mean, I think that I'm going to give a lecture later today in which I tell my students that, in my view, the greatest challenges to our world today are apathy, cynicism, and relativism. And the thing we need more than anything is imagination. And then a willingness to do things, right? A willingness to get involved. But yeah, imagination is, for me, one of the most important things that humans can do. They can say, the situation we're in could be different, could be better, could be otherwise. How do we get there? Hard to say, but maybe we have some ideas. Apathy that says, this is the best we can do, or I don't care how it's done, is so destructive of the human enterprise. So, yeah, good stuff. Mass communications. We know about the newspaper. We know about the way to spread literacy and words and all the rest. Good to good. Only 33% of people against. Landowners are still big angry. Yeah, may have made a mistake going for removal of serfdom before weakening landowners more. I don't know. Today's class should be good, though. I'm sorry I'm talking about teaching so much today. I'm really quite focused on that, because that is next in life. Excited for it. What am I doing? That's my idea to do. Hey, Aaron Mithrin! Thank you for the generous good luck on the new semester. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Tomorrow I might come by in pure despair. Real possibility here that I will come by and say, oh no, despite my best intentions and hopes, this didn't quite work out. Or maybe it will work out. Won't that be great? Schism's a big obstacle. We have a friend who agrees with politics but thinks nothing will ever change. Yeah, the thing I always ask my students is, imagine yourself as a serf. Imagine yourself as a subject to a tyrannical overlord duke. And your family has been part of this monarchical system for generations. Will there always be an overlord king? Will divine right of kings always set up the world? The person inside of it might say yes. But from our view, we say, of course not, right? The monarchical form was an interesting moment. We're past that now. Why? Yeah, that sort of thing, right? I think taking the long view on most things is very, very useful. Frustrated with the lengthy legal process on homesteading, Louis Oiker, sure, the rural folk has approached with an offer to expedite the process, using his personal connections within the state apparatus. There was some movie I heard about recently, I don't think I watched it, in which there was a scientist or mathematician who mentioned the thinker Euler and said Euler. Again, like it's an actor, I think actress, playing a mathematician or scientist who says, you know, as Euler writes. Did anyone catch this? Anyone know what I'm talking about? I can Google it if not. But the idea that they made some major money movie about sciencey stuff and had no one check the pronunciation of probably one of the most references mathematician of all time is insane. What movie was it? What movie? I'm sorry, friends. I need to know the answer or I'll get confused and not be able to think about anything else. Movie film, Euler, mispronounced. There we go. There we go. In The Imitation Game, the movie about the Enigma machine and Turing and so on, Euler's theorem is referenced. Euler's theorem. This is a giant movie about cryptography and science, the mathematization of linguistic processes for the sake of decoding them. And they say Euler. Ugh. Now, maybe that's not intentional, never mind. Anyway, Lewis is willing to help us out. Give him permission. The landlords hate it even more, but he goes faster. May as well. I don't really care about the speed, but the faster it goes around, the more I can move on and think about otherwise. She didn't imitate the correct pronunciation. I love it. Now, again, there could be like an in-reference that maybe this person wasn't actually that informed or intelligent or otherwise, but I believe it's pretty well established that she was one of the major mathematical minds behind this thing. That she did some of the important moves and theoretical work to develop a solution to decoding the Enigma machine. And so, why you gotta treat her that way? You pronounce it Euler. Well, that's wrong. It's not Euler, it's Euler. I will now be a prescriptivist on stream. The man called himself Euler, so we should also call him by the same. That's what it is to respect other people, man. The US is funding lobbies to make us friends. I'm gonna stop improving relations, and the reason for that, I cannot have them annex me before ready to fight it off. Yeah. I need a military. Okay. Got it to homesteading first. I think it's important that I made the Americans like me. Okay, they stopped funding lobbies. I don't know why they stopped, but that's a very good thing. It's important that I made them like me in order to get rid of the doubled payments, taxations. Very, very good. Wood is still super expensive. Do I have people that I still have peasants? Okay. At some point soon, I'm gonna hit the cap of my population, and then I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Possibly learn about colonization, take over the Comanche. That's a real possibility of maybe I should do that. Yeah, this could be an interesting early game move. Next time, if we have to restart, I might grab colonization and try to colonize before the US gets there and be big Indian territory. Perhaps. What's Birdmana do for me? Yeah, infamy decay. Not so important, that. What was I gonna do? Right, wood's still very expensive. It's time to go ahead and build a wood producer. Logging camp number 2. There we go. Check the infrastructure as usual. Wrong button. Homesteading has been debated. People are interested. And NACMA got 10%. I probably can't go into the USA's claimed territory. Is it already claimed? I don't think it's claimed very big. I think they get claims after a while. How do I see that? I think that's true, though. I like games. I might be wrong. I think very early game I can go for it, possibly. I was looking for infrastructure. We have one open. So this will be our last building. Is it the right one, baby? I don't know. I honestly do not know if I should be pushing more into the more expensive things. But I think for right now, whatever is most expensive that I can help with is the right call. 32 to 28. So may math be in our favor. It is the peasants versus the landowners. Luckily, the landowners are only unhappy now, not angry. If they're angry, they get 1.5%, 1.5 times chance against the against success. So that's good. It's good. Doing well. Okay, so that building happening is great. I still have 300 authority. May I tax something now? I mean, we're not really using coal. Coal's used for heating people's houses. Things like clothes could be taxed, but I mean, the poor folk aren't complaining about the prices of clothes anymore. The middle class are, the wealthy are not. So the wealthy want more urbanization. I cannot give them that until I have more infrastructure. You'd have, what, 100 urbanization, I believe, to get a single level of urban center for services. And how much urbanization do you give? Yeah, 20 and 20. It did, what, 5 buildings, I believe, to get one urban center. Someday, maybe, but not quite yet. More people are starving than before. Only a little bit of starvation. We call it diet plant, perhaps. Can't afford Ozempic. Actually, I saw a really interesting article yesterday about how in the U.S. at least, thinness has already been a class marker, has historically, right? People of upper education and wealth tend to eat more healthfully than those who are of less class, less wealth, less social standing, because of education and accessibility to well-made, healthy foods and time to make them and so on. But the article yesterday argued that Homesteading 3, yes, argued that because Ozempic now exists and people are able to take certain medicines to help them lose weight more easily, perhaps even much more easily than before, people who have access to healthcare in the U.S., who tend to be middle class and upper class, will be thinner with medical assistance. And so obesity will be seen as yet another class marker. And I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works in places that have universal health care. Here, Ozempic is only prescribed right now for people who have like substantial obesity, and then those who are gaining weight because of medicines they're on. It's not gradually, or it's not generally prescribed for people who want to lose weight and have any other possibility. But I don't know. What's the status of Ozempic where you're from? You know, these weight loss drugs, are they being used more and more commonly? Are they used only for, explicit reactive medical problems? In the U.S., it seems like anybody who wants to get on it can get on it now. That's been a bit of a trouble for people with diabetes, I understand it. But in Japan, thinness is kind of the rules. A lot of social pressure to be thin, and they deal with that by not eating in large measure. I'm amazed at how little food my women students eat regularly, but Ozempic is not really a thing here yet. Yeah, I thought about getting on it. I thought about making myself beautiful for you all. If I were thin and muscly, then you'd truly love me. Poor Pawnees. Pawnees have no standard of living right now. Brutal. Okay. Still more radicalization. The big trouble is standard of living. I'm working on it, I swear. Loyalty comes from people who have a higher standard of living. Also, because people are now opposed to the landowners, our government is falling apart in a hurry. And that's fine. That's fine. It's frustrating when you have shortage of this medicine because of people using it for weight loss. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, because of the market, blah, 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 I'm sure there'll be even more production of these medicines in the long term. If it's the case that people are using it not only therapeutically, but also cosmetically, then I can expect that there'll be, production that dwarfs current production. But in the interim, yeah, I expect that people who have diabetes, who need this for immediate health concerns, are struggling. I'm sorry for that, for sure. Yeah, there's a possible future in which everyone's on Ozempic. Possible future in which it's just expected. In the same way, so that you might like take your vitamins. Maybe you'd also take your Ozempic each day to maintain a certain weight. And the other possibility, of course, is that the food manufacturers change the kind of food they're making. And other various studies and experiments going on right now to figure out what kind of junk food is most desirable by those who are on Ozempic, because the greasy sort of snacks that Americans tend to have are kind of disgusting. It's interesting stuff. Isn't Ozempic injection only? I don't know. Maybe so though. But I don't know if it's always that way, or if there are other ways to have formula. That's sad. I mean, you think about the beauty, right? You think about the beauty industry. For some people, they will get injections of chemicals into their face. They'll get injections or surgeries to have a larger rear end. Right? The kind of like intentional suffering and time commitment that people will take in order to be seen as beautiful is huge. And so if you just have to get an injection also, fine, no problem. Now we can talk about beauty standards. We can talk about how terrible it is that people feel obliged to do that. They dislike themselves or otherwise. But yeah, I think it's an injection. So what at some level? But who knows? Investments in Oklahoma towards the cotton plantations, plural. I believe we have one, thank you, have brought into question who should get credit for how well we're doing. Landowners, the farmers, or somebody else. Definitely the farmers. We're a people of the rural folk until I get rid of homesteading. I think new technologies, or the spread of technology, is always important to think about. And, the easy one, of course, is things like LLMs and how they change the workplace and education and so on. But things like Ozempic, how does that change our cultural values? How does it change cultural expectations? I think it's fascinating. A new leader of the industrialists named, what's the name I don't know how to say? Hehekawanape? Possibly. Protectionist of the industrialist world. Do you have trouble with students using LLMs? At the end of spring semester, I went to my wife, who's also an academic, and said I'd prefer never to teach again. Education, such as I love, is dead. There's no way to stop the use of things like ChatGPT. There's no way to stop the students from not doing the reading. I quit. I'll go work in a convenience store rather than do any more of this. I've taken the summer off. Fine. And now I'm feeling somewhat hopeful again. So do my students use LLMs? Of course not. They're serious students who want to engage in thoughtful work together, and they would never ever use an LLM. Right? I'm so tired of smug people on articles about LLMs and education giving these kinds of responses. So over the weekend, there was an article in New York Times, an opinion piece by someone who said, look, with the success, 32, with the rise of LLMs, it's incredibly hard to evaluate students in a way that's meaningful and doesn't take too much time. Because the number one way to do it right now, if you really want to make sure a student is not using an LLM, is to talk to them, is to have a conversation, an oral examination. If you're in a class of like 10 students, fine, no problem. If you have 25 or 30 or 400, good luck. There's just no way. And all these smug people in the comment sections, the answer is to take exams in the classroom. The answer is to give blue book exams and homework in the classroom every single day. There's only so much time. So if they're having evaluation in class every day, they're not being taught. And so there's very little to be evaluated on. These smug people who think they have education all figured out, have the easy solutions for everything. Of course not. And this is why we don't read the comments. But yeah, it's a real challenge. We've discussed the LLM things many, many, many times here. And so I don't want to go through that yet again. But with that said, we have one infrastructure. With that said, yeah, it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. It's the kind of thing that I will probably spend the remainder of my life as a teacher working on, because I grew up in a world in which I had certain expectations about what it is to be a student. I grew up in a world in which I knew what my professors wanted from me. And that world is not the same world. The world today is not the same world in which I grew up. And that's hard for me. There's a certain kind of education I love, certain kind of teaching I love, certain kind of student I love. It's just not that way anymore. So, what's that mean? It means I'm growing. It means I'm learning. It means I'm figuring it out. So, I don't know. It's just not an easy thing. It's not an easy fix. And, what's the actual solution? To somehow convince the students it's worth their time to think and to not have whatever the computer spits out be one's own answer. And yeah, that's the conversation we've been having over and over again for 2,400 years. What's the value of education? Why do we do this thing at all? I think it's a really, really important conversation to have. Oh yeah, no measure am I saying, I'm not a Luddite here. I mean, I'm a Luddite in some sense, but I'm not an abolitionist. I don't mean to say ever there is no place for LLMs and so on in education. I think there are just different ways to use them. In the same way that, back in the day, we used to say, rabble, rabble, Wikipedia terrible. And I still believe if you just copy paste it on Wikipedia and give it to me, I'm displeased. But if you use Wikipedia as a starting place to get a general lay of the land, to copy some resources at the bottom and go look them up, that's great. And so what I always say I want, is for students to use LLMs as a conversation piece. Students use LLM to say, hey, here's an idea I have. What if there's some problems with that idea? And then to think and say, okay, is the machine right? Are those problems? Or do I have responses? Or to have a conversational element in which they grow their own thinking skills. You have to choose to engage with the LLM that way, as opposed to, unthinkingly take whatever it says and say, okay, this is the right answer. The U.S. has started a power block. They're calling themselves the Columbian Pact. I've been forced in. Also, new president. Uh-oh. The president's called Evander Duval. He's a Dixie slaver. 1841. Good luck, everyone. Good luck indeed. He's got a cool beard. He probably won the presidency on the cool beard. Yeah, they ignore his being a wrathful slaver. Austria hates the US. That does not help me right now. But, hello Austria. Someday save me, please. Mexico is going in the right direction. Mexico is coming to love me, which is what I need most of all. Almost up to 1,000 money. Do universities require infrastructure? I suspect that they do. One infrastructure level per usage. One. Okay. I have an open infrastructure right now. We don't have, the cotton plantation is full. It would make sense to make another cotton plantation. For right now, I'm going to do that. The university would really help in the long run. Initially, it would be really hard to get teachers, but it would help us with research. Because as we discussed a bit ago, one of the more important things to do in the next little bit is to get trains. But trains are so far down the tree that we'll have to work on it. So any bonus to research would be very, very good. The landowners refused to give up their serfs without adequate compensation. The significant political influence makes it a difficult demand to refuse. I have maintained your safety, lo these many years. I have guaranteed you work, meaning, food. And now you will leave? Oh wait, there's actually a script here. I'm making things up. We've relied on serf labor for generations. You can't simply ask us to release them without compensation. How are we to keep our estate profitable? How are we to maintain the standards of living we're accustomed to? Our relative poverty would make us a laughingstock of the Indian aristocracy. That's a funny sentence. The state will make up the cost. We burn 15% bureaucracy. I can do that. Or the serfs must buy their own. Yeah, I'll cover it. Don't you worry. LLMs are good for C's right now. So FOD, for me, the kind of thing I teach, I do not care about grades. Right? No one I'm teaching is going to kill someone by not knowing philosophy. Right? If you're teaching anatomy and you're teaching a surgeon and they don't learn things and get the wrong grade, it's a problem, right? If you're teaching someone engineering of bridges and they get that D- and go to make bridges, you got some problems. But in my case, grades are kind of irrelevant. What I care about is their development as a human. And that's what education's for, by the way. It's not about anything else. And so I think that, yeah. I'm a kind of teacher who wants to say day one, you all get A's, now let's grow together. Do I teach undergrad? Yeah, these days I do teach undergrad. I've taught grad before, but I don't teach grad students these days. I advise a couple grad students on their research, so I don't teach them formally, but I read their work and so on. But I'm an undergrad teacher only right now. I switch back and forth based on where we're living. I follow my wife around the world, so usually part of her initial negotiation, that's like, how much money do you get paid, and how many vacation days, and oh, is there a job for Resorty? This is my life. Is it called nepotism? Possibly. Is it nepotism? Probably. Should I be against this kind of thing? Absolutely. Is it nice to have a job? You better believe it. Goodness. Yeah, I'm thinking really serious by having all this authority. Again, useful for getting homesteading through. Have I taught in other countries? Only in the US and Japan. Yeah, only in the US and Japan. I'm a trophy husband. There's a little bit of that, unfortunately. Sympathy's not about student, about administration. My wife's a provost. I am literally in bed with the administration. Yeah, we can't speak ill of the administration of this channel, or else my wife will hear and take away my allowance. I don't have an allowance as a joke. We now have homesteading. The farmers are free. They get to do what they want to do. We give them the freedom to take land. Now, who is the land being taken from? From the natives. That's us. It's sharing. Thank goodness. She'd take the magic card fund. All right, look here, you. The money I make through streaming is my money. And I use it to pay the bills. Like, this is the way our life is split. She pays for rent. I pay for electricity and the internet. Your money helps me to feel like a real person and not have to get an allowance from my wife. Anyway, the rural folk are stronger than ever before. They'll start paying taxes. Everything is going very, very well now. Yeah. I've mentioned before, there was a streamer who didn't make a lot of money. He was a smaller streamer, a really good guy like him. But his community started calling his wife, wife mom. Made him so angry. I'm really glad we've never done that here. I would ban people if they did that, frankly. Wife mom, unacceptable. But no, like I said, this is a job. It's not the whole job by any means, but this is a job that allows me to feel meaningful in the world. The Filthy Robot, can I say this? I love Filthy Robot. I've worked with Filthy Robot's wife. They're awesome. but no, I'm talking about someone else entirely. Filthy's great. I don't know if Filthy's streaming anymore. I don't work with his wife anymore, but I've literally worked with his wife. We got on very, very well. I think she's super, and yeah, there you go. Secrets. Friends, it's time for an ad break. We've been live now for 3.5 hours. Well, now we're going to go ahead and play some crossword and then get back to it in just a little bit here. He streamed a few days ago. Awesome. Yeah, always glad when streamers I like have an opportunity to stream again. I know that there are many people who stream every single day and then decide, no more, I'm good. I was that person, right? For a while there, we had a great stream crisis in which we went from streaming every single day to just not streaming for, I don't know, 8 months? 11 months? Long time. I think, unfortunately, we've done all of last week's crosswords. Is that true? Do I try to do the cryptic crossword and get very unhappy with myself? I think we do. All right, team, the thing you often want to see me do. Here we go. The cryptic crossword is Sunday, March 17th, 2024. If you don't know about this kind of crossword, they're pure garbage. There's a combination of some humor in the clue and how you play it out. Sword bearer's scab turning dull. Sword bearer could be a swordsman. Sword bearer could be like an S word. So maybe it's something that has a word with S in it. Scab turning dull. So dull means boring? Alright, enough of that one. Armbone's somewhat fanciful name. So there's the ulna and the radius in the arm. There's also the... Is it humerus? Is that up here? There's the funny bone. There's the elbow bone. I've forgotten the name for the elbow bone. It's not patella, it's knee. Fanciful, so 4 letters. I mean, the word ulna feels good. Is it like the fulna? Get it? It's fun and the ulna? Ugh. Single ensign full of exuberance. So an ensign is a kind of flag. Oh boy. ... until USA destroyed nuclear sub. America blast? Get it? It's like America first, but America... Oh boy. Is curious about what's inspired treeless plains. So, steppes? Prairies? Wonders Prairie? I hate these. I don't want the answers, but do any of you have an answer in mind for any of these yet? Or a way you'd approach it? Hustles me into line dances. So hustles means to trick someone or to hurry someone. Line dances could be like the electric slide, the cha-cha slide. The word slide could be used for hustle also. I don't know. Aquarium accessories are sort of funny. Aquarium accessories are sort of funny. So filters. Those little shells and castles at the bottom. Filter seems likely. What's a funny filter? Music genre. Only acoustic. Music genre. Gets rid of graph lines. I don't know. Alright. Dawn raised humorous remark with us. Dawn raised his sun up. Dawn's also the... Oh, golly, I hate these. Alright, friends. What's the wrong button? Let's play some Victoria 3. Every single time we do the cryptic crossword, it's exactly like that. I read the clues, I have no idea what they're talking about, and then we go back to the game we're playing. Alright, this little nation of mine. Are you a nation? I don't know what you are, my friend, but you're number 227. Alright, so that's a ways down, team. We're not the least powerful of people, but at least we have a number, right? That's something. At least we have a number. Where's my number? Wait, 227, if you please. The cryptic doesn't seem fun. It's fun if you understand what's going on. The kind of thinking it requires is not what I'm trained in. And when people figure them out, I go, oh, okay. Oh. Biff, you got one? Or I'm pausing the game. Biff, what'd you get right? Give me it. Just directly give it to me. Because I'd like to see it and figure out how it works. What do you know? Like, seriously, just spoil it. Thrust back into Commonplace Spotlight above Gotham City. 12 is Van McCoy. Hustles me into line dances. What? Wrote the song The Hustle. That's amazing, Biff. Good job having the requisite knowledge for that. Now, I wonder if the Sunday puzzle's the hardest of the week. It's only once a week. That's amazing, Biff. Well done. Well done knowing that. That's amazing. I don't know, team. I don't know, team. Biff, if you want to stream, I will raid into you right now, and you can impress us all with your knowledge of the crossword, or the cryptic. Because it's one answer, but it's a start. Only one answer will do it. But yeah, go and get your streaming setup going, and I will raid into you right this moment. We're not subsidizing anything right now, are we? Fine. We're going, it's working, the money goes up. Fabric prices are too low. What that means, I'd like a textile mill, but we've established that we're full out infrastructure. You're not streaming. Wait, Biff, do you actually stream? I was joking. So usually when I say to a random viewer, I will raid into you because you've done something so well, I assume the person doesn't stream. Have you been here for, like, genuinely 5 years and I never heard you were streaming? I'll follow you, my friend. Does anyone else in here stream? If you're a streamer who streams like at least once a week, we'll say, put a 1 in chat. I will genuinely try to come and watch you. I had no idea. Selden, you stream? That's amazing. Wait, why is everyone a streamer now? Here we go. Friends, follow each other. Watch each other. What a good time. Slaves on one of our nation's mercantile ships. We don't have a mercantile ship. We don't have a mercantile ship at all. Less than once a week? Alright, getting followed. Getting followed, all y'all. It's always a fun thing when not only do you see me, but I see you also. I'm a big fan of that when it happens. Okay. So we have a boat, apparently. I don't know how we have a boat, but okay. It sailed to Mexico, where slavery is really, really illegal. Alright, and so the Mexicans freed our slave friends. It's out of our hands, or shame on you, it's out of our hands. We don't want to make a international incident with Mexico. That'd be terrible. You've been streaming for years, not regularly? Alright. I'm gonna have way too many people being followed right now. It's all good. It's a canoe. It's one of those Mark Twain barges, no doubt. So honestly, until I get more infrastructure, I'm not sure what I can do. I don't think there are any laws that give more infrastructure. If I'm wrong on that, just tell me. But right now, the only change anyone wants is homesteading. How far are we from academia? I could stop working academia. I want higher education, but it's still 29 months. I'm sorry. I need to stop that and go to the railroad. If we don't have the railroad, we can't do anything. So, which helps more right now? Both of these require me to have tools, I believe. And I don't have tools. So, I don't think either of these unlocks help us, except insofar as they get to the railroad. Well, here we go. Switch on over. You're welcome, Biff. Happy to encourage the community to watch other streamers. Fine. Oh, railroads. I could build the buildings 95% of the way, then keep them waiting until you build the railroad. What kind of hacks are these? So you build them most of the way, and then stop building them so they don't take infrastructure slots. No, that's cheesy. Don't make me take a vote on... This is obviously cheesy, right? We all agree that it's cheesy to mostly build buildings and have them sit on the side until they have railroads to operate them. Is that cheesy? I mean, I can imagine that happening in the world. It's a good thing? Okay. We're taking a vote. mostly building buildings before railroad. Super cheesy. I don't care about cheese. Meta gamer, or not cheesy, you nerd. Okay, please vote now. Voting in chat. I want to know. This is interactive time. Any other help I can do? Yeah. I mean, I agree I'm wasting construction. Nothing's happening. But I guess we're making more money insofar as we're not building. Alright, alright. I can't build the university yet, unfortunately. What am I gonna want? What is being good in the old building sphere here? Show me my buildings. What page do I want? Budget? Oh, I'm lost. These buildings, right? No, it's Oklahoma. There we go. Hello, Oklahoma. Everyone's good and profitable. Lathe unlocked. Glorious. Be right with you. We're gonna need coal eventually, so nothing is crazily expensive right now except for wood. Price of fabric is getting high. Not cheesy, you nerd. How dare you? How dare you call me a nerd? Alright, we're getting to it. Getting to building things all the way. I mean, I can imagine... It just feels backwards, right? I can imagine, like, a government making some building, or a shop owner, or you know, like, Amazon wants a new factory. Right? So Amazon makes their new factory. Fine, whatever. Or warehouse. But they're not going to do that before they have a road to it, right? They're not going to make people walk out into the middle and, like, carry... Maybe it happened back... Here it's 1842. So maybe 1842 we do make our people walk across the desert, the scrubland, in order to in order to create buildings that have no roads going to them. Very well. Friends, John Jolly has died. And this fellow, Thahaksa, Glishka, I'm sorry, my friend, I don't mean to say your name wrong, I'm just a fool, has taken over. Not popular at all, is 36 years old, an angry political operator. Well, insofar as he is now running the show, it is time for us to change our government. Should have done it anyway. Should have done it anyway, because definitely the rural folks have big power now. Do I bring the church in also? If I bring the church in, they'll be happier, and our people will work harder, and that will be good. Okay. The poor folk, that's not true. The people of the land and the church are together. Lovely. Alright, a native uprising in the Great Plains. I'm sorry I cannot help you, not even a little bit. My strongest apologies. So with the church in power, we're not going to be getting anything to do with end-of-state religion. However, the U.S. has claimed Oklahoma. So until this moment, it would have been possible to colonize. Could I have researched colonization first and grabbed land nearby? Possibly. That said, the U.S. wants me to be part of the U.S. So, the landlord's been weakened so much that they can't stop professional armies from going through. Also, they're absolutely furious, but that's fine. Everyone is so happy, except for landowners. The evangelicals want health system. Try to get there. I'll try to get there. Cool. Cool. I feel like we've turned a corner. I don't know what that corner is. Turned a corner, though. Hello, Mexico. On supporting independence, they're still negative 45. Yeah. I'm not sure what more we can do right now. We'll see. Yeah, the big issue here is going to be that Mexico And the US are going to go to war. And I can't help Mexico. Got a lot of money coming in. I can build a construction sector. The US has started damaging our relations now. Okay. It's way too early for me to resist the US. I'm going to try to make things nice with them. Please, US, leave me alone. What is my current desire for liberty? It's going lower. It's going lower. It's going lower. Golly. I think they might want that Indian territory to say USA on it instead. Fine. Kind of declare war on the US and get Mexico or Britain to help me. I didn't even think trying to break off early. I mean, right. Insofar as they are trying to make... How is it? They're trying to make me hate them or themselves hate me. If it gets bad enough, I guess I could launch a war. Do I need to have the liberties that are high enough? Yeah, I think I have to have liberties that are high enough to demand my freedom and then go to war. Yeah, independency requires what? Well, we can't be at war number 1. And then we'd be at top autonomy. Yeah, and then liberty desire. We just don't want to be free. We don't have enough economic power. Like, what else determines desire for independency? Yeah, I need them to stop sharing knowledge with me. Okay, never mind. I'm going to remove the let's be friends. Because as our relationship drops, we'll want to be more independent. Will it help us? I don't know. But yeah, our economic dependence is huge. They have all the prestige. Gonna be hard. Trying our best down here. Need to spend money. I can fund pro-me lobbies in the US. I don't know if it'd help me at all. I can fund pro-me lobbies in Mexico, can't I? Or are we too small to do that? Fund lobbies. Don't see that here, so I'm guessing my nation is not a real nation. And so can't do so. Pull it to the Civil War. That is the goal right now. Pull it to the Civil War, then hopefully the East destroys itself and I can slip out the back door. Slip out the back, Jack. I could offer to take on Mexico's debt. Do they have debts? I don't see debt in Mexico right now. Yeah, Fun Lobby's attack. All right, I don't have the tech for it yet. Got it. Yeah, I do wonder if I should have rushed railroads instead. Probably so. Also, when I talk while drinking coffee, it echoes a little bit. Hello. I gotta work on being a Foley, making all the right sounds. Professional Army. 36% chance of going through. Now, as I mentioned before, the big trouble is we don't have much population. So getting military up and going, very hard. Also, we develop another infrastructure, probably due to population growth. So we can go ahead and just let the textile mill go through. I can lower taxes. It's only 24 less money. I'm going to dump taxes to literally nothing for right now. Why not? No one has any money. Why have high taxes? Is that a little ridiculous? Possibly. Am I going to do it anyway? Yes. The Americans forced someone in. I'm getting so close to my cap. I'm gonna go ahead and make a construction building again. I think that's the only way in which I don't have nigh unlimited money. Yeah, go ahead and add that in. It's useful. In early game, I couldn't do it, but now it'll be great. Absolutely. Remove the consumption tax also. I guess. It's not pulling in very much at all, is it? Yeah, 32 money. No. Friends were a libertarian's dream. We have poll taxes. That's all. That's all. There you go. Freedom. Who owns Cuba? I believe it's independent, yeah? Or is it Spanish still? It's part of the Spanish market. Its government is owned by Spain still as a colony. That's the yellow color of Spain, of course. Universities, we don't have the tech finished yet. We were working on the tech for universities, but I'd love to have. But it's a bunch of months, and I need a railroad. So that'd be good. Just give money to Mexico. I mean, they're feeling pretty good about me. Is there a request to support? No, there's really not a request to support Liberty, unfortunately. When the war happens, what happens? Brutal. Just give all the money to Mexico. I mean, what happened to give Mexico money? How much do we need to give you in order to get independence? Professional army moved on to level 2. Good. I'm currently playing 800. I'm not going to do this, don't worry. Yeah, give him all I can. It's only +2. Do you understand how I'm begging at your feet, oh Mexico? Don't you understand what I want between us? Has Russia come to hate the US yet? Yes! Yes! Keep doing it! Let the hatred flow through you! As I said, this is the one holdout hope I have, is that if the US tries to integrate me, that Mexico and Russia will help me stay free. We'll see. At some level, I need the US to be aggressive enough in whatever ways that Mexico and Russia especially are afraid of it. Because Russia has garbage tech, but it does not matter. They have millions and millions of people they will send to die for any purpose at all. And if that purpose is maintaining my independence, fine. In fact, Mexico and Russia can build a similar alliance, though it's not clear that they will do so. When we played our Mexico playthrough, it happened. Alright, construction building online. I'm still making a lot of money. We can go to iron frame buildings. That'll raise the cost of everything a little bit. I mean, negative 500 money. May as well. Alright, if I want to get more population, which will be a necessity at some point, I'll need to deal with the issue of closed borders. Cool. There's some political interest in opening the borders somewhat. We need to do that. Must become a powerhouse. I need to spend more money. Does anyone know any buttons I can push to spend more money right now? Maybe take on Canada's debt. Does anyone have money I can take from... Does anyone have any kind of debts or difficulties? 1-800-CALL Riz now. Yeah, taxes are at 0 pod. We're taking literally no taxes from anybody. I guess I could raise government wages. Pay higher military. We have no military, unfortunately. I don't know. Is opening a casino on the nose? No. Opening a casino, unless you're working in Atlantic City and your initials are DJT. Casinos make money. I need to lose money. Alright, made it to phase 3 professional army. So maintaining an army will definitely 100% bring money down. So now we're losing money because I moved to the more aggressive building structure. Yeah, I moved off of wooden to iron frame, so how it goes. We're over infrastructure now. What happened? Huh. Oh, the construction sector uses an infrastructure, doesn't it? That is unfortunate. Yeah. It uses 2, actually. Sorry, time to destroy the construction sector again. I can't have it eating infrastructure, especially not 2 infrastructure. It's the most precious thing I have right now. What do I do for... Like, for a while there, we were heading toward bankruptcy. You see the mighty bounce there. Well, that's going way too well. We're going to cap out on gold reserves in just a second here. What can I do? Can I bribe somebody? Can we take the money and put it underneath our pockets? I guess I'm going to increase government wages. Well, I can't now. It was available for a while, now it's gone. I wonder if I think I don't have any government-owned buildings. I don't have the construction sector. I don't have the government administration buildings. We just don't need these things right now. So I believe the name of the game really is get to railways as fast as possible, build what you can on the way, and genuinely waste money until we get there, which is absolute insanity. Such a different playthrough than usual. Also, everyone is so loyal. 11,000 to 2,000. Man, we're doing really well. Initially, I was thinking we were just going to lose the playthrough very early. But I think we're on the path I want to be, as long as the US does not forcibly integrate me. If they forcibly integrate me, there's nothing I can do to stop it right now. That said, we've frozen the Liberty Desire change. Great. Alright, so with the money we have, we can begin to use better technologies. They're going to be very expensive to maintain, unfortunately. Who hates the USA? Mexico and Russia. The current hope is we buddy up with them. Okay. We can go to sawmills. We do not make tools. That will cause some changes in income. We'll see what happens. Furniture manufacturing. We can go to lathes also. Fabric is very cheap. Or are these, wait, are these worker removals? No, it actually adds more workers. Good. Subsidize the buildings? I guess I could. Was meant as a speech about the military professional army by our president has formed into a relations disaster for the armed forces. Cool. I need to get the proposal through regardless. So I think I'm going to put the blame on... Will I? No. I'll put a small blame onto the leader of this thing, but gotta get the law passed. The law is more important than any of us. Fair. How variable is the Civil War? Yeah, definitely it does not happen guaranteed at the time it happens in history. So it could happen early, could happen late. Actually, I think only late. I don't think early is possible. It can happen late at least. Are there any other text to... Where am I? A text update. Let's see. I think I've upgraded everything I can right now. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So what would subsidies do for me right now? Like, usually I think of subsidies on buildings as a way of getting them started. Right? Then after they're started, we then remove the subsidy. Because they're all making good money. Right? I have no nations doing poorly. Hey, CT, good seeing ya. I don't know. You have no idea it's good somehow? I mean, it allows them to increase their cash reserves. But, yeah, it's not clear to me their cash reserves are necessary unless they have to build their buildings more. But that requires additional infrastructure, which we just don't have. Son of a gun, the war is here, my friends. Okay. 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 There's a war now for Mexican Colorado. It's only Colorado, it's fine, but the US wants Texas also. It is possible for Mexico to win this war if they've allied themselves with Russia. Let's check and see. Nope. They're working on making friendly with Alaska and with Peru. So Mexico's going to lose Colorado. It's not the end of the world. Yep. Potentially, if Mexico gets to work, the Hudson Bay Company of Canada will come help. However, it's not going to happen in time. So, yep. The intelligentsia have fallen out of favor again, so it'll be harder to put through the laws I care about in the future. Mexico is now damaging relationships with me. I'm sorry. I'm not America. Please don't believe I'm part of this thing. Oh, boy. I need Mexico to love me. Mandatory service online, more conscription. I'm not going to war. I'm staying out of this. Oh, man. So I'm hoping in the post-bellum years, we'll be able to convince Mexico that this is not us. It's the US. Maybe they misread. I need California. I'd love to have it. We just need to maintain our independence right now. We're not the US, we're the Indian Territory. Professional Army failed to gain traction. Why is that? Because they see a war happening. The people know that they will be sent into the grinder. Okay. I need to make sure that Mexico does not take my territory. I know the US is going to win this thing unless there's a tremendous weirdness somewhere. But, yeah, we can't lose our territory, and I refuse to raise an army right now because I have no money. Fair. Actually, I have a lot of money. I guess I should make at least one army, yeah? Alright, I give you the army called the First Indian Army. No. What do we call ourselves, team? What is the name? We're definitely a defensive force, that's right. Stay out of us. Not US, us. Okay, the Native Liberation Front. That's our name there. The First Cherokee Irregulars, that's fine. And what is the color of the Great Plains? It's green. This green. Vibrancy. Okay. We need a commander. Elias Ross. Cherokee Traditionalist. Will Rogers himself? Traditionalist. Or Jeremiah Sanders, a Traditionalist. They're all Traditionalists all the way through. Woodland Combat. Where did you find woods to fight in? Open terrain's what we need right now. So, Will Rogers, you're running the show. The stock exchange. This doesn't help us. Fine, though. Thank you for the help. Alright. It is time to get ourselves, I don't know, 3 basic infantry. I can't have anything else yet, but okay. They're going to win big. Awesome. Low organization. Don't worry. They're just coming into being. They have a leader. It'll all be fine. Stockpiling gold. The army may use infrastructure, or does it actually? The army base use infrastructure? I didn't know that. If so, we had a problem. Hey! It does not, according to the list there. Help the Brazilian indigenous population rise up. You don't want to go to work tomorrow. Just call in revolutionary. Sorry, not coming to work today. Oh, okay, Z, what's wrong? Decided to smash the state. Sorry, busy. Something like that. Does the military consume infrastructure? It doesn't say that it does. War with Mexico. To arms, everyone. I'm surprised that they're not covering the Colorado border, given that's where the actual concern is. Oh, I let a building finish. You're absolutely right. I did finish that building, and so we're over in infrastructure. Now, being over in infrastructure is not the end of the world, right? What's the negation or slowness or confusion over it? Penalty is... does not say. I believe it makes prices more expensive, possibly. Like, buildings can't work as effectively. Something. Reduces effectiveness. I don't really care about that, do I? As long as people are working, you know, we good. We good. Alright, so what is the market demand? The market demand's paper and engines, so on. What's expensive around here? What's that song? Remember some like song about people like squealing around here? Is it a early 2000s song? Around here? I don't know. I don't know, team. Is that the Goo Goo? It's not the Goo Goo Dolls. It's that era though. Round here. Counting Crows, I thank you. Discord within the landowners. Well, friends, let me tell you, if you're interested in joining our Discord, we have lovely conversations, including today a little bit about Zizek. You might click the link in chat. Discord within the landowners. An influential faction of landowners grown frustrated with their members' neutrality on the topic of professional army. Alright, welcome to you, landowners. Thank you for becoming neutrals, 42%. I played in the 2-point games. Yeah, I do. I played 2-point University and one of the other ones. Unfortunately, I found the 2-point games a little bit overly repetitive for stream. A large portion of what I was saying was things like, okay, now I'm going to click this here. That's cute. Now this here. I just couldn't get into a good streaming rhythm with the 2-point games. They're very cute. They're very fun. But that kind of builder has never been great for me for streaming. How do I spend more money? But yeah, I like him quite a bit, though. Yeah, lowered market access. That's the issue here. A university would be great. I could spend so much money on university. Is university knowledge spreading here? Not really. It was 28 months before, now it's 31. Our people on the whole have become less knowledgeable, unfortunately. Very sad. Very slow. How's this war going? So, US still has full war support. Mexico's got some problems. Tejas has been taken over. And then some. You've already lost your capital, actually. Mexico City's right here, isn't it? Yeah. No? If I were Mexico, my border would be right here. And so Mexico City's down here, isn't it? Well, welcome to the embarrassment. I don't know where things are, unfortunately. And yeah, amazingly, the Americans have given up Colorado, the war target so-called. You fools! They're doing a capital rush, I suppose. Going to find Santa Anna himself. I think he's a general right now, possibly. I think I'm proud of so far of our standard of living increasing nicely. A rousing speech captivates an audience. The armed forces support the professional army. I think they did already. 58%. Fine and dandy. How can I spend money? I mean, I can again go to, like, building construction sectors, but I can't have those. I need the infrastructure for working. Can you have a better look at this mug? Sure. Here comes Big Resorty. Hello, friends. All right, let me go put it the way. This thing, sure, this is a mug I received as a gift years ago from a dear, dear friend. It is shiny. It is multicolored. There's an inside. that is stained with coffee. On the bottom, there's this. It's a substantial mug indeed. It's my I want some extra coffee this morning mug. So, yeah, I only have 2 or 3 mugs I use regularly on stream. So if you're here for a while, you'll see all of them before too long. But I'm a fan. Like I said, primarily Athletics is a gift from a friend. And, you know, you can't beat that, can ya? It's always just a nice thing to have people who, yeah, people who care about you enough to give you a sweet thing. Subsidizing buildings can't hurt. It feels like I'm throwing good money after bad, or just wasting money, but I guess you're right. Like, we may as well subsidize everything, just spend money. We gotta make tools, because basic tools are just wood, and they'll be very useful. But again, the infrastructure, that's the issue here. If I subsidize everyone, am I in fact subsidizing no one? Like, is this the case where the private industry, the private sector is getting a bailout, wages increase, but if I ever remove the subsidies, it all falls apart? Maybe so. Mexico has only 23% war score, 23 war score points still. Is that what we call it? Yeah, war support in this game. They're having some troubles. That's it. The US has lost a little bit also. 10,000 casualties on the American side versus 33,000 on the Mexican side. If there were anything I could do to abate the flood of Americanness, I definitely would. But for right now, nope, nope, nope. I have never had a full bar of gold reserve before. Absolutely never. Yeah. Steve, you get a headache if you don't drink coffee. Have you ever considered stopping caffeine then? And, like, making that go away? That sounds awful to me. Like, what if the zombie apocalypse comes and you can't find your coffee anymore? Will you be the person who has a daily headache? Like, is your whole character on The Walking Dead, ugh, feeling real bad again? Maybe I'll find some of my medicine today. And there's like a conversation between a young daughter and an old man. Sir, what's your medicine? Oh, I really need it. Don't you worry about that. It's important. I got a health problem. And then the little girl goes and talks to her mother. That old man, he needs medicine. We should try to get him medicine. It's coffee. And then the audience laughs. And everyone claps, and I get a writing award at the Oscars. Oh, good. I don't know. For a while there, I had a similar problem. For a while there, I felt like if I didn't have coffee, I'd feel sweaty and achy. And so I really, like, went back from having a pot and a half a day. I was definitely just all day long coffee. And now I have a cup of coffee, a cup or two in the morning, just as part of the routine of waking up and feeling good. But, yeah, the idea that I'd be dependent on something, well, this is not a good sentence. The idea I'd be dependent on something to be able to survive in the world and then have that thing lost is very challenging. Now, of course, I am on psych meds, so I got problems in the zombie apocalypse too. Gotta get my medicine. I feel the beast is coming out again. Mommy, what's the beast? That man doesn't want to leave his bed. There we go. What kind of character would you all be in the zombie apocalypse? Do you believe that you would be the hero? Would you be the one saving the day constantly? I often talk to my students about, you know, what would they do if they got lost in nature? Yeah, what would happen if they're out there with none of their fancy technology? How would it go? And the majority of students, the very sweet, truthful students say, I would be dead. At least they're honest. At least they're honest. I've read the book The Road. Of course I've read The Road. I've read not all of Cormac McCarthy, but quite a bit. And yeah, I mean, The Road is bleak as all get out. You know, McCarthy has this, like, deep sense that nature does not care about us. It just keeps on churning on, cruelly and occasionally beautifully. And we have learned from nature, and so were it not for a strong system of law, we would not care for one another also. That's how this thing goes. We have the professional army. This will keep the peasants in line. Rabble, rabble, rabble. So the armed forces become ever stronger. There you go. How many people do you see randomly die while protagonists run to freedom? It's true, it's true. We'd be background characters. Right, this is the standard line, right? How many of us imagine, oh, wouldn't it be amazing to live in the Middle Ages? I'd be a knight. I'd be a maiden fair, whatever. But of course, statistically speaking, most of us would be dirt farmers or dying in infancy. What a life, what a life, what a life. And I would have no glasses. It'd be very unfortunate. You can never get into Cormac McCarthy. I don't know. I mean, for me, I take him and just float along with his story. He's the guy who doesn't use punctuation marks that often. He believes that they interrupt the flow, and you should be able to tell what someone is doing just by paying attention. He also does not use quotation marks, so occasionally someone's talking and you read it as being narration. That's confusing. So, it's great though. I mean, yeah, he puts forward a certain view of hyper masculinity. McCarthy, like I said, has this view of struggle between the individual person and nature, and that struggle is, for him, fundamental, both to what it is to have the world we have, and fundamental to what it is to be a human. And that's bleak. It's sad. Yeah, there are very few moments of non-nature beauty in his writings, but yeah. For those of you who read The Road, it is too niche, never mind. I think it's an interesting topic for those of us who read The Road. Is it a happy or a sad ending? And I read it as a happy ending because I need it to be a happy ending. There's a very, very sad ending possibly also, but another topic for another day, perhaps on the Discord. Well, speaking of topics for other days, what's the ending? I don't want to spoil things. I mean, okay, right. Those of you who don't know The Road and want to read it at some point, quiet the stream for 1 minute, please. And don't talk in chat too much. Welp, there you go. The U.S. has taken all of its U.S.ian territory. There you go. So the ending of The Road's a book about a father and son trying to survive and be halfway decent in a zombie apocalypse. That really is quite bleak. They're people treating each other as pure means. There's cannibalism, there's cruelty. He describes sexual assault and all that. It's brutal. Okay. As it's going along, the father's clearly getting worse off, right? He's ill, he's not doing well, it's brutal. And by the end of the book, the father dies. And the little boy, who is becoming a man in his pubescence, is left alone. What will this little boy do? How will he survive? He can't. But then a family shows up. I believe it's a father and a mother. And they say, don't worry, we have a kid back home. Or maybe the kid's with them, I'm not sure exactly. And they ask the little boy to join them. And you can read that as, this is a beautiful moment in which family and love for the innocent and weak can continue despite the brutality of the world. Or you can read it as, this family's going to eat the little boy. And then, with no explanation, McCarthy turns over the story to, isn't nature beautiful occasionally? It continues along, the fish jump in the streams, etc., etc. And it's one heck of a switch, because nature is beautiful, and are we beautiful? And some measure it's up to the reader to decide what happens in that moment. And like I said, I need to insist that, yeah, it's a little boy. Of course you take him in. Of course you care for him. That's just me. There we go. The Road. It's a pretty good movie also, absolutely. The movie makes it more palatable in some way for the average reader / watcher. Right. We wanted Mexico to win this thing. They've been beaten back to their standard borders. They are back to being cordial with me because the war is over. I need them to support me. Unfortunately, without California, they're going to have a really, really, really hard time doing so because they need the gold there and so on. So there's nothing we can do. As before, with the US expanding that way, Russia is more and more worried, as is the Hudson Bay. And so the great hope that one has at this point is if we try to go for independence or the US tries to incorporate us, these people are willing to help us out. And I think there's no guarantee on that. I don't think there's any way I can say, we're not neighbors with Mexico anymore, so I can no longer directly interact with anyone, frankly. Ooh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck inside. I mean, I can say hello to people and try to make friends with them. The war with the Great Sioux Nation is on. Oh no. Oh no. All the poor natives being forced in. Is there a way I can see who all I can do diplomacy with? I don't know if the diplomacy page will show me this. No. My only interest is in Dixie. And there's no one left. At least our people are very loyal to us. How's our current liberty desire? We are becoming more desirous of liberty. It's slow going. That's this whole playthrough, though. The whole playthrough is slow going. It's fine. I just need to start building up the military. So we now do have a professional military. We can pass other laws that might help us in our goals. But with professional army, we can now have more and more and more troops. Do we have population support a huge army? No. Will I work on it? Yes, I promise. Okay. What else can we do right now? We can change taxes to consumption. We don't want to do that. We can move trade to protectionism. Not helpful for our current purposes. Also kind of useless given that we're in someone else's market. Police forces, no. Schools! So make the religious more powerful, but give some literacy to more folks. On healthcare, we haven't invented the medical degree right now. Recently I read about, I'm going to push the schools button incidentally, so stronger church, whatever for right now. Recently I saw a Wikipedia article. One moment. Was it called like Chinese barefoot physicians? Barefoot doctors. Yeah. This is fascinating to me. It's part of Mao's reforms. But the state funded very basic medical training for a whole bundle of people. And then said, look, you're not going to be hospital doctors. You're not going to be doctors who understand everything. You understand enough, though, that we'll send you out around the country just to help rural communities do better than they have been doing. And so it led to a tremendous uptick in or downtick in mortality and uptick in survivability, in birth especially. I love this. I love the idea that you can have a good enough doctor system instead of having only the elite, professionalized doctor who expects big money. As many of you know, rural US has a tremendous problem with healthcare. They're not able to fund the kind of physician wages that are expected. They're also, in large measure, too low of population to support hospitals and so on. Profit incentive, blah, blah, blah. But I really wondered, what would be possible if we accepted the barefoot doctor thing in rural America. Sure, you don't get the physician who can do literally everything, but you have someone who can do some things to make things better for y'all. But I think the American Medical Association is strongly opposed to that kind of in-between thing. You have to have a supervising medical doctor or else. But this is a little bit beyond my knowledge, so I want to be careful on it. America's too litigious? Possibly so. I mean, it's sad, though. Oh, good call, Real Dog. Yeah, it's up to the case that, some... right, years ago, when I was living in a very rural place of 7,000 people, I had, the attempt to figure out my mental health stuff. And so I ended up working with a physician's assistant who was the kindest man, the sweetest man, a good man. And... he knew almost nothing about mental health care, but gosh, he tried. And so he put me on different medicines and wrote notes and so on. And at a certain point he said, okay, we've hit the limitation of everything I know. Let's have you talk to a physician who's in Omaha. And so yeah, he loaded up a Skype equivalent, and the three of us together, this psychiatrist over in Omaha, and he and I had a chit-chat and came up with some ideas on trying something new. And so yeah, telemedicine definitely does give more access to rural communities, but I think there's something important about having the person in the community, understanding the community. Because as many of you know, public health is not just about when you're sick, someone fixes you. When you break a leg, it's also about the way in which there's conversations and an attitude of health and a readiness to respond to whatever the situation on the ground is. So I love that very much, but my sense is that the U.S. is not ready for that, possibly. Hey, Pumandine, good seeing you. You wish they'd make EU5. I mean, I'm guessing you know this, but EU5 is coming out in November? Is that correct, team? November, it's coming out? Something like that. The EU5 will be with us very soon. Railways. 3 years. So usually I would say this is pure stupidity. Normally I'd say anytime that you're rushing tech and skipping over the ones that are faster, you've made an error. In this case, though, because of infrastructure, I believe that's what we're going to do. We're going to sit here very awkwardly for 3 years. Now, how long is the university again? Because I can make research faster if I have the university functioning. 31 months. Good lord. Good lord, team. What are we going to do? Do you have a creator code for EU5 pre-orders? So I haven't yet sent an email to Paradox saying, hi, may I please take part in everything involving EU5? It's far enough out that I don't think I'd get one. But, Pond, wait, are some people already having the EU5 codes? I tend not to bother people until a month or so before release. Maybe I should bother them more quickly. Discipline, they already have them? I'm sorry, what? I'm a Paradox investor. I own Paradox stock. What? What? The armed forces aren't quite sure how discipline will work in the schools. We could say we care more about the education and more about punishment. No, education, that's fine. Team, somehow it is, what's today? 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. team. And so it's time for me to go away. Usually I stream till 2, but today, first day of teaching. And also I gotta go write an email to my Paradox friends and say, rabble, 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 don't I count 2? Tomorrow, back to this playthrough. Tomorrow, possibly sitting awkwardly for the next 3 years? I don't know. Whichever way. See you tomorrow. Appreciating you. Thanking you. Have a good one, folks. Bye for now.